just stand up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Carolyn's first meeting.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, yes, I remember you. I know you. Yeah. Well, need cupcakes, take a bottle of water. Okay. Hey there, Chris. Got you guys, sir. Let me know, yeah. Yeah. Cameron, how are you doing? Yeah. So far, so good. Thank you. Good to see you again.
Yeah, I've got my own.
Good, 'cause I ran out right there.
That's all right.
That is right in there for you.
Okay. Hey, I saw you. No. Oh, gosh, I don't go on there. I don't care.
That's why everybody tells me to see the meet you. I'm like, what?
No, I saw you. The Flystone Museum.
Oh, yeah.
So what were your thoughts? I'm kind of like all over the place.
First one, I just started thinking as far as, you know, as far as the whole, second one.
What is the prize?
First, people he said, Jesus Christ.
I want
Right there, just like he's.
He was raised up in
Okay.
How are you?
So I believe. Now that's what I know, I like rushed. Oh.
Yep, I agree. Nice to see you again.
And probably 18% of them.
When I was sitting in my car, you must.
I'm not.
I
Maybe I haven't.
So.
Yes, it is very
I would acknowledge it, yeah.
We got a name tag already. Somebody was on it.
Yeah,
Say hi to each
So I can tell you now a story you're gonna like.
Adam, I am. I'm 2 minutes.
Now whenever I have.
Real. You ever see where we
Like,
walk?
go to the meeting, you watch the kids.
Oh, I do. Let them have it. This will be part of my discussion later on.
Like
Yeah.
anytime I've ever like had like professional or like cool and he has domestic stuff or you know. Right. Yeah.
So my text, I was about to expenses. All right.
Then that's when you really get one.
Go for it. Please do.
How are you?
Yes. Hey, Alva. The Geauga County Sheriff, it says sewage travel point. That was
Something for the vehicles for Sharon.
it's a service garage.
We use them as our
Service garage. It brings up as that. I knew it was something odd. Right? How are you? Carolyn, how are you?
Hi, Adam. How's it going?
Good. You guys both doing okay?
Yeah, all right. I'm gross.
It's like 4,000 degrees in that. It's
really hot.
I did. I talked to her. She said okay. I figured I'll follow up there next week and see what she did. But she said she said okay and something else. Hopefully we help you.
Yeah, because Rich said, his big yell.
So if we can at least help her on that side, she can't say we just told her how to solve it. It is.
Yeah, that's not good. It's a nightmare.
We did as much as we could. It's just gonna be-
You guys have any projects going on this week?
All right, no, this is good enough.
Yeah, working well. Everything worked out, but she
Any other time, I'm just throwing over in the road.
They tell us.
Yeah, I just got the awesome.
Well, and that's what prompted me, and I went to look, because I'm like, I don't even hire this. And then when you said that, I went to look, and I'm like, oh, did you really even consider?
I'll be quiet, so I can. I was like, I wanted to make sure. Okay, well, I'll be quiet. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
You never even
So you guys have been trying to see.
Yeah, the way it was worded, I knew it was right. Yeah, I really got sense of you.
Usually comes and reports.
Now I have to.
So 10 years, you get a pretty good 10 years later.
Like I said, well, make the effort to do it.
But that's
Right, because to your credit, it's like. In the parent.
Yeah, so it was very bizarre. So she was like, she was very argumentative about it, but at the same
Yeah.
time, changed it. So I'm like,
No, right, at that point, it's like, we would go on, so. Right, and then at good time, I'll ask you, hey, Rick. Second one down.
yeah, vice president. Otherwise,
I was talking about, yeah.
Looks like it made more of that laugh.
Person celebration, Carolyn got the board parcel.
Celebrate that.
Oh, I'm gonna go all to her.
Here you go.
I need a cake, actually.
Like, was like, I go to high school graduation.
No.
So.
Yeah.
You know that all the time.
Are you talking about?
No, we were talking about cakes. Yeah. But, I did
So when
do the then and nows, right?
Yeah, so when we come up with a resolution, we want to use all one agreement or?
Yeah, I can bring it.
Or you each want to take one or whatever. That's all I hear.
Yes, okay.
Like a little one.
You just don't, I'm just gonna read the part.
Okay.
For the then and nows, you guys look at them. This was, I mean, the then and now is not.
Okay.
All right, we're ready.
All right, good evening.
It's incredibly warm.
So good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 27th Board of Health meeting. So I'd like to call the meeting to order and then we can stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So, for those of you that don't know, we have a new board member, Mrs. Carolyn Brakey. Carolyn, do you want to talk about yourself?
No.
No? Well, we're happy to have
Good lawyer response.
No, I mean, I can.
on board. She is an attorney and we look forward to her input with this board. So welcome aboard.
Thanks.
Okay. So the next order of business, I guess, is the election of the president and the pro tem. So does anyone want to discuss or talk about that? Board members?
No,
Anything? Nothing?
nothing.
Okay. You want to say anything?
I think, so Mr. Gregg was the pro tem. Mr. Brito obviously is the president currently. Things have been going relatively smoothly. A lot of positive changes we'll talk about later. But other than that, I think, I'm sure something all will be.
Okay. Okay, so I would be happy to continue as president if this board would like to retain me. And so who would like to step up as the pro tem in my?
I will. I'll
Yes.
volunteer.
Any comments or anything?
I support that.
Okay, Ms. Brakey?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay. So do we need a roll call?
We'll have to vote on on that. You want a roll call?
You did nominate, somebody
I
to
would say
nominate.
you be the first and the second.
Second.
You want to nominate me?
Sure, I move to re-elect Rich Carino as board president.
Second.
Okay, so we have a second roll call vote. Mrs. Brackey,
Yes.
Mrs. Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Roman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moreno. I'll vote yes. Okay, so that passes. That's great. And then,
And I'll move that,
motion.
motion that Ashley Jones, that Ashley Jones be pro temp.
Second.
All right, we have a second, so roll call vote, Mrs. Brackey
Yes.
and Mrs. Jones.
Leave abstention from this is appropriate.
Yeah, don't vote for yourself.
All right. And then Mrs. Roman.
Yes, yes.
And Mr. Moreno, yes, so that one passes. Okay, thank you. So the next thing is approval of the prior minute meetings. Anybody have any comments or changes?
Yes, I had one.
Okay,
Reviewing, I believe it was just an oversight, but, hold a minute, the executive session, the second paragraph is a result, and talked about who the motion carried and who voted, and I was at that meeting, and I voted yes. My name is just missing, I was there. That's it.
We can add that.
And then 2000, or was, yeah, 29, 22, did somebody already change that? Under executive session, it's February 24th, 29, and 22, rather than
2022,
Give me that change also.
I didn't see that.
And then there was also one regarding when the executive session started, it just said 5 o'clock, and then I think someone was gonna fill it in afterwards, and it was never filled in, so it just says 5 the whole time.
And that will
I'll
be
grab
convened
that.
at
She has
Yeah.
some minutes.
okay, with those corrections being made, so do we have a motion to approve the prior meeting minutes?
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, that one passes.
Mr. Carino, I'd ask that we move up public comment to the forefront and move executive session to the rear of the meeting, just given the number of people here tonight.
Okay. Does the board have any problems with that?
No.
We're okay with that? Okay. All right, so,
Same speech I usually give every time. If you'd like to speak, you can walk to the podium. You have 2 minutes. There will be a timer up here on the screen. Each person does get 2 minutes. You cannot transfer your 2 minutes or transfer your additional time. Please keep everything respectful. You are addressing the board. You're not addressing a director or a supervisor or anybody else with the board itself. The board does not have to provide answers immediately because they may want to confer their answer or ensure they're getting the correct answer based on the information. But they will, in general, provide answers back with what we have. With that, would anyone like to speak? Joyce? And so the board is aware, Joyce, how do you say your last name?
Yes, sir.
Ailstock. Joyce and I spoke yesterday, or Monday.
Monday.
We spoke Monday. Joyce just got a for sale of property notice in the mail for an administrative hearing and to come in. She bought her house in 2019. She just got the letter now, which is almost 3 years later. To say Joyce was frustrated is probably an understatement. Joyce and I went round and round on that one. Mr. Lark and I tried to help her out on that, which was discussions about FSOP, for sale of property, later on today. But when Joyce and I were talking, I offered to her, we have a board meeting coming up, she asked me who she talked to. And I said, honestly, while I can make decisions, ultimately when it comes to policy or regulation changes, the board would voice their opinion. And it never hurts to have the public come in and talk to the board about pros and cons of current procedures, policies, things of that nature that impacts the public on such a large scale as for sale property does. It really impacts almost everybody in the county. So Joyce, if you're ready, I'll start your 2 minutes.
Okay. All said, I have lived there 3 years. I have had 4 properties that have had septic systems, none of which on the sale or purchase required any kind of inspecting or cost. When these were put in, there's all kinds of hoopla about it, I guess, what my cousin was telling me. The systems cost about $15,000. They ask you to have a contract every year for $240. I found out the hard way that these things cost about $75 a month to operate. Had an now deceased relative who was going around testing. He felt that the septic systems that were electric and all that were a danger to the people's property because it caused a lot of erosion when the things shut out. They also didn't kill bacteria any better than the leach line systems, because he tested, he was a doctor in chemistry. I received a letter not knowing anything about transfer sale or anything else, and my husband said, this letter is someone holding a gun at our heads, and that's how we felt about it. I called the real estate agent that helped us. She said that you were supposed to contact us at the time of sale. At that time, that's how everybody was doing it, and I didn't know, so I didn't contact anyone. Then I called a couple more just to make sure she was telling me the truth, but they all told me the same thing. The county contacts you. So then I get this letter that is very harsh worded for a septic system that has been a mess from the day it was installed.
Joyce, I have to cut you off, that was 2 minutes.
Okay, there you go.
But, more towards the administrator area, we're gonna have more discussion on for sale property, and maybe you guys want to ask Joyce some questions, or if you have any questions for her now. But maybe more towards the administrator, maybe
How long will that be?
another half an hour, maybe.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I have a question. Lynn, go ahead.
I want to make sure I heard this right. Are you saying that you've had septic systems in the past and you've never, so you've had 4 septic systems and you've never?
These were not in Geauga County though, correct?
Not in Geauga.
Oh, okay.
She's lived in, I think, 3 different states we talked about, or 2 different states, North Carolina.
All right. Because I was trying to figure out how did.
Well, you are the only county in the state of Ohio that asks for this, just so you know.
Joyce, do you have the letter which you received?
Oh, yeah, I got- made 2 copies of
Would
it.
we be able to see that as the board, just to see the
Well, it's
communication
required.
here?
Walk with this.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Anyone else in the-
So essentially, timeline-wise, you had your transaction in 2019.
Mhm.
And then you got this letter, let's see, so April 18th, 2022. So there was no communication from any entity to you between that time and now. Okay,
I did receive a letter asking me for a property transfer maybe a month and a half ago. I honestly answered it, not knowing
Yeah.
what it was about, so.
Yeah.
And then suddenly I got this. It blew me away.
do you guys care if I read it out loud?
I have one other question, just real quick. I'm curious, so who was your realtor?
It was through, someone in and I called 2 or 3 others, so
Okay,
they aren't the only ones that are of that understanding.
but they did not inform you that the Geauga County had a point of sale inspection, is that correct?
She told me that anything else I had to do would be handled by letter through the county.
Okay.
So that, I got no letter.
Okay, go ahead if you want to read.
Well, so I just have a question or clarifier, just to refresh my own memory. So at the time FSOP is required, how long do you have to be compliant with that before a letter should be sent?
I mean, before, it should be sent before it is sent, or to.
Should.
I mean, our hope is to get that done lickety split. I mean, but obviously as we're seeing right now, this is, theoretically 3 years.
Okay.
Yes.
And I had no clue because nowhere else asked for these things.
Right. I guess I was under the impression we had like a window of about 6 months.
Well, generally, I am a realtor, and I've been selling real estate in this county for quite a few years. And generally, it's the seller's responsibility to call for sale of property inspection.
The seller is my cousin, she had no idea, and that she's lived in several places where she had
Okay.
this too.
But typically, it does, I will, I'm not sticking up for your realtor or whatever, but typically the realtors that are familiar with Geauga County understand that. We usually, tend to, we try to inform the seller.
These
No.
filters sound very clear that the county will contact us.
Okay. But I will say, there are some exceptions, and I don't know if Mr. Lark's aware of this, but if it is a family transfer, does that mean anything or no?
It's non-cash, I believe, yes, if I remember correctly, it's a cash and transfer, so if it's a family transfer, it's a different story, but if it's, I want to say Alta, when we pick ours up, it's a cash exchange of hands.
If there's
Let's put
money
it that way.
changing hands, yes, it is required.
Okay.
And I don't know where to bring this up, but clearly our policy, our procedures need to be addressed and it has to be communicated to the real estate board so that there's consistency and so I'm not sure what's been, but we need to review all that. We need to make sure there's consistency. We need to share that. We need to make sure the realtors understand whoever has the responsibility, what are the procedures. So
And there are miscellaneous trainings and things that we've gone out and done. I've talked with Mr. Lark about bringing like installers back in, sending realtors, bringing them in here. Feed them a lunch for a day and going over changes, what we expect, paperwork, things like that, just to be consistent. I actually went to one with Rich that was up in, what's that kind of?
Lake Geauga Association of Realtors.
Lake Geauga, so Elgar. We went up there and they got a presentation on something from Lake County actually, and we bring them all together, put them all in there, go over it. I think they had 2 classes that day alone.
Yes.
Looking to do the same thing here for the population, because it's, obviously, as I told Joyce, I said, 3 years later, I'd be pretty peeved too. I would not have been happy. So, but Alta has been going through with her staff with backlog. We had, in 2020, which we've gotten through, there's still 1,000 of them outstanding. We assume 25% don't qualify or there's an exemption, but as of right now, just in 2020, there's still 1,000 of these outstanding. So,
That haven't been inspected.
have not been inspected. That's,
Well, those are ones that have transferred.
Did it transfer?
He just did a quick check of the logs we get. And, as he goes through, he researches each one to see if there is already been an inspection done. And then they come off the list, or are they on sanitary sewers, then they come off the list. But those are prospective. Of about 1,000 of them, probably 25% of those aren't gonna end up
Needing an inspection.
needing an inspection.
Right.
And I would like to add too, we are hearing more and more from residents when they call that their realtor didn't tell them anything about this. Early in the program, everybody knew. The realtors came to meetings, there were things put into the paper. So my experience is that we need a re-education. We've got, new realtors come in
Absolutely.
and, it just, the information needs to get out there.
And if, let's just assume that of that 1,000, 25% don't count, there's some reason they're exempted. The 750 that are left is most of a full-time employee doing nothing but those for an entire year. So that'd be taking an entire sanitarian and just say that's all you're gonna do.
So just so we're clear, the for sale of property inspection has been in place since about, to 2000?
2002.
2002.
20 years old.
So I guess the question I would like to ask is, since 2002, has the department ever been caught up with the for sale of property inspections?
No.
Have we ever been caught up? So you're saying we've been behind for 20 years?
We've been behind, and in the beginning, we had enough staff to do it. Because we had, 8 inspectors, I believe we had. And then slowly over time, they've left and never been replaced. That's where the backup happens. That they just physically cannot get to all of those and the installations and do the other state mandated programs that we have to do.
And I might have missed this, but about how far behind are we?
Just for 2020, we've not gone through, he's got to 2021, right? Yeah, just in 2020, there's 1,000 of them outstanding. That's a full-time employee doing just that, just to get yourself on 2020. So, probably two, yeah. 2021, we don't have that number, assuming it's similar.
I would assume it's
You
similar.
have 2 full-time staff working 2 years in a row to just get caught up. And that doesn't include 2022, which is already now behind. So add in 2022, by the time you're there, 2023 and
And this
2022.
is all for Priscilla property.
This is just that single
Just for
program.
sale.
So let me ask you, since I'm not as far as person on all this, since I haven't sold anything. That means that all the property owners have money sitting in escrow.
Potentially, yes, but not all.
Not necessarily.
I've heard some do that. They can do an as-is sale, they can do a, how hot real estate is right now, I'll take it as it is, no holds barred. Other ones, there's one person, commander's not here tonight, he said he has $50,000 to get escrow. So, assuming that's true, I don't confirm that.
Okay.
So, Ms. Ashley, I think, did you want to read something or say something, or are you okay?
We were reading the letter, but I don't, if people in the public would like to know what the letter says, but that's completely up to Joyce because this is her private information.
I sent 2 copies so you could pass it down.
Okay, do you want us to read it?
If anybody wants to read
Can we read it out loud, Joyce, do you mind?
I don't mind at all.
All right. Ashley's got a good speaking voice.
I don't, all right.
I can hear you now.
Okay, can everybody hear me? So this letter says, and is dated April 18th of 2022, and it says, "Dear homeowners, the Geauga County Board of Health passed a regulation in 2002 which requires properties served by a household sewage treatment system to have an evaluation by Geauga Public Health at the time of transfer. We have information that indicates this property is served by a household sewage disposal system and has transferred ownership in 2019 here. A for sale of property evaluation was not completed. Failure to have for sale of property evaluation completed by this office is in violation of section 3701-29-25, section A of Geauga County Sewage Treatment Systems Regulations, which states, quote, "Evaluation of a residential sewage system must be completed at the time of transfer of ownership of any parcel with said system. The evaluation shall be conducted by a member of the health district, and if necessary, any corrective actions required shall be accomplished within the time period directed. You are hereby notified that you are scheduled for an administrative hearing on May 10th, 2022 at 2:30 p.m. in the meeting room at this address. Failure to attend will result in referral to the Geauga County Prosecutor for legal action. Please contact this office if you have questions." Are there any questions regarding this?
So obviously, if you're the homeowner, 3 years later, it's a tough letter to get in the mail. And definitely sets a tone with you. So given that Joyce was willing to come out tonight, I figured it behooved us to, real world experience here with someone's dealing with this program. When we get more towards the administrator section, we're gonna discuss some of that, and kind of go with some thoughts on those. But other than that, we'll keep us moving in public comment if no one minds. knows how to do.
Please.
Mike, you raise your hand. So we're Mike, what township are you in?
Parkman.
Parkman, sorry, I keep saying Russell for no reason at all. Parkman, Mr. Larkin went down to the Parkman trustee meeting and met with them. They have an ODOT facility that houses salt on the property or in that township. There's actually, maybe in pictures in here, you can see where it's killing off trees, it's killing off grass. They're having water table issues, they're busting out water heaters in a year or two at a time. ODOT's not being super helpful. Mr. Lark is looking to other similar instances. I wanted Mike and his brother and also one of the Parkman trustees to kind of talk to you guys. Because obviously Mr. Lark and I are trying to push this to help them out, given, you can't go without water. I mean, that's just, it's a human basic necessity. So, Mike, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Found in Parkman Township, own 4 properties. This started over 2 years ago. Our wells are very salty. I go through a hot water tank every 1.5 to 2 years. If you look in the one pictures, you see all my pipes, how they eat it out, how the top of the hot water tank, I was changing it, that's why the wires are unhooked. We go through multiple damage in all of our plumbing. Well, we finally got, the Geauga County came out and tested our water. They pulled it for the Ohio EPA. They did a test on it. The other papers that we show there shows all the sodium levels and the chloride levels, and then bromide. That was all tests done by the Ohio EPA. That test with the big pamphlet there was done by the EnviroScience. It was paid for by ODOT. All the papers you have in front of you are from the EPA and ODOT, nothing from me other than the pictures that I took. The pictures, you can show the damage on my property. It shows the runoffs on the little pictures. It shows the runoffs from the ODOT facility, how it runs off, goes right into the streams, into our water source. I spoke to ODNR. They told me the problem is the way the water runs down through off of ODOT, it goes down. We have no clay on top of us. It goes down, it goes into the ground, gets into our water sources. All of our wells are contaminated with sodium, chloride, and bromide. The testing and the numbers show, which my brother-in-law will show also, the numbers show the bromide is from halite, which is rock salt. At the very end of it, it all is from rock salt. It's not from nothing natural in the ground. So we've been fighting with the EPA, ODOT. ODOT has nothing to do with it now. They just turned it straight over to their attorneys. They said, they won't even talk to me. I've got all the information I get for public information, I get. EPA said they'll look in June at the final testing, which they have the final testing, but in June they may help us. We're just hoping you guys can help us get water.
Mr. Lark and I are working on this. Your brother-in-law is a scientist. He can speak as well, yeah.
He's a chemist.
We're kind of sorry. So we let him up and speak 2 minutes as well. And then maybe you guys want to ask questions after the parking trustee also talks. Then we get all the side, if you want to speak, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. And I apologize. Some of these were just ones that reached out to us, and I said the best thing to do is come talk to the board, let you guys know kind of what we're fighting with and dealing with.
Too many on this one in the last second. This is just a little different. It's really the last 2 pages that got compiled.
All right, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Good evening, I'm Herb Schreiber. I own 2 properties, rental houses just beneath my brother-in-law Mike's. And that's downhill, which means lot, because that's the way water flows. I'm a chemist. I have a background in water analysis, so this is very pertinent. What I handed out to you was the first reference that Mike alluded to, and then 2 pages that I produced. The first of those 2 pages summarizes the data from the study at ODOT. And very quickly, as you look at that, the salt dome is contaminating the wells. The wells cannot be used at up to 73 times as much in February as they are used in August. No one's watering their lawns, and in addition to that, the wells would run dry. Because one of the smoke screens is, oh, it's coming from water softeners from the houses. That cannot be the case. Mike doesn't have a water softener. My 2 houses are tied into, as most of these houses are, Parkman's sewer system. It's not going into the ground. These documents clearly show that the ODOT salt dome Parkman has contaminated several residential wells. The house across the street from Mike, which is uphill, doesn't have a problem. One house which has a 300-foot deep well doesn't have the problem. The remaining houses have it. It's a chloride-bromide ratio. If that's greater than 1,000, that's indicative of road salt contamination. That's what EPA goes by. It's Mulaney et al. 2008, I think, believe, is the study. And all of this data shows conclusively that the salt dome has contaminated these wells. 2 minutes are up.
All right, it goes fast.
Thank you.
And if you have questions on any of this or want me to walk through, I do have at the bottom of those 2 pages the points in general that are supported by the data above. And the data, again, came either from the study or from the EPA. They came out sampled, or samples were sent to BioSolutions, which is an EPA certified lab.
All right, we'll let the trustee come up and they can ask you questions if they have any after he speaks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Henry Dushare, I'm a trustee in the apartment, and we basically need help. This has been going on, we first started this about 9 or 10 months ago, and I guess the EPA and the ODOT so take it serious, because they haven't done anything. ODOT said they would do all this stuff, put rings around the thing so that the salt can't go, nothing's been done. Our concern is I have residents that can't drink the water, and they have to buy water. That's just not right. And the problem is there's, I guess, 2 aquifers there. Top aquifer, as it goes down 100 feet, that was been ruined by the salt. We're really worried that it's gonna go into the second aquifer, which is below that, which is all apartment water. So we're looking here that all apartments' water be, contaminated. And it was just, 40 years ago, they put this on the top of the hill, goes right down into the town. And it's, not an ideal situation. Our end game is we want this salt dome moved out of Parkland, or to a place of Parkland that's not gonna contaminate groundwater. Because this is actually going into the Grand River, because it goes down the hill, it goes into Moss Lake goes into the Grand River. So, we just need help. Dan's been great. I mean, he's been, he's the first guy that's going after him, but, I can't get these guys to return my calls.
And in all the discussions that have taken place, is there a record of the calls and who was called and the number of calls? I mean, I know in the beginning people may not, but is there a record now?
Sounds like Mike does that.
I've called over 2 years and I've documented and dated a lot of it in emails, and I did copies of all the emails back and forth between the EPA. I've got probably a 1.5 foot of just paperwork from the EPA, ODOT, all copies that I've got from them. Well, it's been over 2 years. It took over a year before we could actually get our own water samples back from the EPA. We got it back last July. The one paper shows my exact house of 16127. That shows my whole house, my well, the way it is. So it took over a year to get that back. Now I started reaching out to try to find out all the other information, and that's where we're at now. This is 72 years that ODOT has been there. 72 years that it's been on that location. So that's 72 years of possible contamination.
I have a question. Have you contacted the Geauga Public Health Department, or is this the first contact?
No, sir. I contacted them probably 2 years ago when there was another gentleman here, Mr. Sage.
Okay.
And Henry was our first contact guy. He reached out to the EPA since he was our trustee. He was our spokesman. He reached out to the EPA, the federal EPA. Federal turned it to Ohio. Ohio says you need to call your local health department. We got a hold of our local health department. At that time, that gentleman didn't want really much to do with that problem until Mr. Light come in, Adam. I found his name and I reached out to him, and ever since that, he has been very helpful. These 2 gentlemen have been very helpful within the last, couple months, like 2 months. The only thing that our local health department did was pull the sample for the Ohio EPA. They had to physically take them out of our 6 wells. They pulled the 6 samples. They gave it to the EPA. They tested the samples. That's the samples that you have. Our one gentleman, he's an Amishman that lives in the corner. His animals has to drink that water. That water is undrinkable, but his horses has to drink it. When his son-in-laws come over, their horses go into the barn, they turn their head from the water, they will not drink the water. But his poor animals are stuck drinking. So the EPA is trying to help us, but the wheels move very, very slow, and we have no water. You have to have water.
So I have a question. I don't know, maybe for the trustee. I live in Chardon Township, and a few years ago, I don't know how long you've been a trustee in Parkland, but a few years ago, there was some wells that were contaminated, but that was due to the salt from the township, which is, where Chardon Township on Meadow Road. But I was just curious if you reached out to any other trustees to get help or Geauga Township Association or anything
Mike,
like that? Okay.
did you have?
I reached out to them. That was actually, I think they told me 10 or 12 years ago. It's a 60-page report. I just reached out to get that report from the EPA and from Chardon Township. I actually went and spoke to one of the neighbors right behind the Chardon Township. They were 6 people. They ended up suing Chardon Township, and Chardon Township had to pay and redo, they had to redo their whole structure, and they had to pay them.
So,
I'm trying to get the 60-page report now. I reached out to Chardon Township. They're all new people in there. They can't find the paperwork. I think it's supposed to maybe back to 2010.
okay,
If
I know it was a
they told
while
me,
ago, yeah.
like 2010. So I'm actually going to get with the gentleman. He has the 60-page copy. I'm going to try to get a copy off of him that is behind the salt dome, and the EPA sending me their copies, Ohio EPA, just for that.
One thing that's quite disheartening is the fact that Mike has obtained a lot of this information under the Freedom of Information Act. They stopped talking to him. That's ODOT and the EPA. Would expect that in Russia, don't expect that here.
So
Expect them to be more helpful.
Mr. Lark's also aware of another one that was similar to this that he was aware of, so we're trying to do everything we can, but it's one of those
I've gone
things.
through this once before,
Okay.
with some experience in Lake County,
Okay.
where actually the resident ended up having to sue ODOT, and actually put a court case.
Is that what?
I was gonna ask that if you've talked to an attorney.
At this point, I've been holding off, hoping that our local government could help us without going to that extreme. I've spoken to an attorney. I got to draft up all the paperwork to give to the attorney. Like I said, I have a foot of paperwork. But I was hoping our local governments could come around and say, hey, fix these people's wells. We want our wells fixed. Right now, if they hit the second aquifer and it has full of sodium, our properties are worth zero. My investment of 5 properties are worth nothing. I'm selling on properties that I can't sell. You might as well put a fence around it. That's all it's worth.
Yeah, I bring up the attorney, not necessarily because you can sue. I just know I get responses from emails because of the letters after my name, you know what I mean? That maybe perhaps you just as a homeowner wouldn't get the same responses from various government
Well,
organizations.
they've sent me under the Freedom Act. I've got the paperwork. But you have to know exact days, times, and words to get it. If not, you'll get 50,000 pages of junk to find that one page. But I've been working on this for over 2 years and retrieving all this information. So it's all the information from the EPA and ODOT.
I'd say that this report says the most out of,
Yes.
I haven't read all these pages and so on, but the report that I summarized on my first page after it, that says so much because chloride, bromide ratios greater than 1,000, EPA says that's from road salt. The numbers go up as you go through the salting season. It goes up so dramatically that couldn't be from any other source. It's obvious if you go out there and see it, the road goes right there. And then the last page with the homeowners and EPA's data and those from BioSolutions, the picture is just extremely clear.
And I don't want to keep us
So,
hooked on this
yeah.
one too long because we do have to hear everybody else, but this is something Mr. Lark's working on. I just want to make sure you're all aware of it because this is, I was taking up some time, but also this is happening right here in our community and they're up against a brick wall. And Mr. Lark and I went out to the Park and Trustee meeting, heard a lot about the cemetery, I can tell you that much, a lot about the cemetery. But we got to listen there, we've been working with Mike and them since, but just want to bring to your attention, it's a state or federal level issue we're trying to help them with in the county, so they can drink their own water, that's all they're asking for.
That's what animals can get wrong.
Yeah, gentlemen, I do just want to say lastly, and, very importantly, that I am genuinely concerned. And I am very sorry that this is the first that this is coming to our attention. So I appreciate you guys bringing this forward, and I know that Mr. Lark is going to do his best to get this taken care of, because you do need an immediate solution. With these numbers exponentially increasing, especially with the seasons, but still, I mean, that's remarkable in the worst way possible, and I want to make sure we help you with
Thanks
this.
to those 5 sites that go up like that, tie in with that report, with the 5 sites that are listed, that's where that's from. And the rest are from the actual homes.
Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So who's next?
Mr. Tyber.
I'm gonna take 2 minutes just to, kind of address this, what we we're just talking about. I don't want to prolong it past that. I don't have to call, but Mr. Sheriff, have you, talked to our county prosecutor at all about this? Is he aware of this?
Yeah.
And he's not willing?
She was able to talk to me.
They have their own APA assigned to them.
Yeah. Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah, they have their own APA.
That happens after time, okay, and, I'd like to make more people aware of this situation. I facilitate all the Geauga County Township Association doings. I know our next meeting is until July, but I wouldn't mind if we get together, maybe we do a 5-minute something, just to make it the whole county aware of it. You never know what can come back, right? You know, we could step forward and help out. Make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Thank you, John.
All right, and then I just want to commend the board for being a part of the Geauga County Township Association. For those of you that don't know, the Geauga County Township Association is made up of all 16 townships, all trustees in those townships and fiscals, along with South Russell Village. Some other villages might join up, county sheriff, prosecutor, auditor, so forth. We meet 4 times a year. Chagrin Falls, yeah, we adopted Chagrin Falls. Our county only has 2 townships in it, and so OTA asked us, "Can you take Chagrin Falls?" We're like, yeah, come on over. So, but the Geauga Public Health joined about 6 months ago, and then just renewed this year. So I commend you for that. Hope it's a benefit to you as you continue to build and maintain the relationship with Geauga County. But we're glad to have you there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
JT.
And remember, just because you're not a member, you get the invitations. You two are members, but anybody come to the dinner meeting.
I'm just there for the dinner.
Yeah.
Same as Chris.
Stay for the speech.
Okay, anybody else?
See you later, guys. Chris.
Who else would like to speak? Oh, Chris. Okay. I'm looking at somebody else.
Standing up, you can't see
I'm
me.
looking at someone else. I'm
Adam
sorry.
so rudely cut me off. I was getting ready to hand out my first compliment.
Holy stuff.
I don't hear compliments, just negative.
You know, it's being recorded too, by the way, right?
Well, this is a good one, give me a record. No, I wanted to say that, in my opinion, in a public setting, that, there's been a lot of change here in the last, several months, new environmental health, new administrator, new board member, new commissioner, and I think they've all been good changes, moving in the right direction. I think with the homeowner here today, it shows that, there's ways to go with public service. And with this water situation, I mean, that's ridiculous that something like that's going on in Geauga County. That you guys don't got nothing to do with that, but that is definitely what I think of as public health. What you're here to do, what this department's here to do, is go fight for these people in Parkman Township. And I can honestly say that I got faith that this board and this revamped Geauga Public Health is going to step up and do everything in their power, I believe, moving forward with these situations. And I'm happy to see that after, the last year of coming to these meetings and seeing where this place started at and where you guys are at and the progress that's being made. A lot of it's happening behind the scenes for now, and I know it's going to be revealed to the public. But I just want to say thank you to everybody here and keep up the good work. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
Chris was able to help us, actually, so was Jonathan Tiber. Back now. They were able to help us meet with the homeowner that also had an issue with a thing that was brought to us. And I think we were able to help more significantly, Rich, myself, and Mr. Lark and them to hopefully bring that round circle instead of just sending emails and letters and, a good old discussion sometimes saves a whole lot of time. So, yes, I'm sorry. She goes ready to go and this guy starts talking.
My heart's beating because I don't like public speaking, so I will
She
try
wants
to
to
get
be 5
through
minutes instead of 2.
this. I was asked about that. Cassie Pot, I am a realtor and a business owner, Cranfield Limited. I've been in the business and I have a good mentor and broker, so I know about the point of sale, but even as a realtor, you can't really control it. This market is so hot, inventory is so low that we can't possibly just sellers are accepting offers with no septic issues being considered at all, because that buyer really wants the house and that seller really wants to sell. So it's really hard to, I think in general, the new rules are everything needs to get tested. So obviously we should be working towards that. and not so much discriminating about the sales. Yeah, I'm getting more nervous.
Calm down.
I feel like I'm in college again. I am a civil, I do have a civil engineering degree, and I also, my husband's a contractor, we renovate houses, so I'm always buying houses. I buy multiple houses in Geauga County every year, 3, 4 every year, and I renovate them, and then I sell them again. And obviously I don't get an inspection when I buy it, because they're vacant, and I can't get one when I sell it, because it's vacant. I live in Montville, I bought a foreclosure, it took me a year to renovate it, so I didn't get a septic done either. I mean, it's an IMD system, it's perfectly, again, I know, we offer, every time we sell, a working system. I actually, last year, my first time, I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy this farmhouse from a family friend, and I needed to put a system in. Knew it needed it done. It was the worst thing ever, and that's the installation process, and it's a whole nother ball of worms, and that needs help too. So, I don't know, that's just my spiel. So, I don't know that it's really, us realtors can really, I don't know, do much when it's such a hot market.
But I think realtors have to help lead people to understand that there is a septic system and what to do. I mean, I moved to this county 30 plus years ago, knowing nothing from the suburbs of Geauga County. And it was an eye opener, and I can tell you for a long time, it was like, oh, what does all this mean? I think realtors have a responsibility. Whether you can impact it or not, is another story. But you have a responsibility to make sure homeowners understand the responsibility of a septic system.
I write a letter, this is different, but I write a letter telling them about propane. And I still have agents call me, and or the buyer call me, because they know me, like I'm the contractor, call me. What do I do? So even though I wrote a letter, saying you have to get propane service, you're not in the city anymore. They don't listen. They
Well,
don't
the fact
listen.
that they called you, they at least took a resource.
Well, they had already not had any propane, so.
Yeah.
I need heat. How do I get heat?
And I mean, especially if we got people moving from places where we don't have septic and, we don't have wells. People need to be educated. Now, education happens at different levels, but
Yeah, and
there is a responsibility when we move to this county, people have to understand, and the people that are best able to say, hey, wake up is the realtor that's got to.
well, maybe offering classes to owners, because that's who really needs the education.
Oh, yeah.
We've actually talked about that.
We're working on.
I'm just saying the realtors have to tell the owners.
No, and again, I would tell them until my lips are blue, they don't know.
We would love to have a class where you can just get, in 2 hours with that, the nuts and bolts, because it's, I bought a house, when you buy a house, you've got 1,000 pieces of paper to sign, you're like, I just want the house, I don't care.
Right.
And I did
Especially right
5
now.
years of education for civil engineering, so it's a lot to know.
I will tell you that years ago, I think nobody's even nobody's here that was at that meeting except maybe Alta, probably 20 plus years ago. I know the previous, Mr. Lysak had a meeting with the realtors, and he had one meeting and that was it, because this room was full of realtors and it did not go well. I can tell you that, right? Do you remember Alta? Were you here?
I'm shocked.
Oh my God.
Shocked.
It was,
There's some new ones.
yeah, but I mean, us realtors, I think, have come a long way, so we are open to education.
Yeah, I mean, like a Geauga do classes a lot, but I can't tell you what Geauga or ACAR does. I mean, because they probably don't deal with a lot, but
No, they don't.
Right.
but we have a lot of business people who do work all over, so,
Yes,
and
yes.
it is.
I use access to education from, all angles, so absolutely we use realtors, but I think we have to do our due diligence from a department standpoint to provide the access and the opportunities for education as well as the resources.
Yes, it's a big problem.
Thank you.
People need to be aware that there's a lot of impact.
Thank you very much.
If you choose not to, this county can go in public sewage and septic system.
So we have, actually coincidentally, we have the president of the Lake Geauga Association of Realtors for 2022. And, hello, Rebecca.
Hello, how are you guys?
Ready?
Hi, my name is Rebecca Donatelli. I'm the 2022 Lake and Geauga Area Association of Realtors president. The Geauga County, this is more of just a comment, but as you guys know, it is a constant conversation that we are having Unfortunately, it does cause quite a hindrance when we're asking homeowners, and I do completely understand, we are constantly offering educational classes to our members to make sure they understand, number one, there is a point of sale. Number two, how it works. Number three, why you guys have it, but the reality is that unfortunately, it does hinder a lot of our transactions. Even though the realtors that do a lot in Geauga County, and maybe they'll hear from other areas, even if they know, the reality is that we have to ask the homeowners to put massive amounts of money into escrow to potentially repair their septic system. So we are just asking, not necessarily to remove that by any means, of course, making sure that the septic systems are properly working and everyone's healthy and happy are important, but just to make the process easier for us because it does cause quite a bit of conversation and it does hinder our business. It's a constant conversation we are having at the board, and we will fight to the end of time to make sure that our transactions are as easy as possible for our clients, that we are protecting their private property rights and making sure that we don't want to deter folks from moving into the area, which unfortunately that tends to do at times. So just wanted to make a comment and be here, and thank you guys for listening.
Thank you very much.
Rebecca, I have a quick question. So
Sure.
would you say the, for sale of property, the hindrance that you're talking about, is it the timeline, the paperwork? Tell me about the parts you find beneficial and the parts that are really the hindrance to realtors as well as homeowners.
Sure, great question. I mean, of course, it's helpful in the sense that we're making sure we're protecting all the systems, everything is good to go. But if there are, number one, time, we, especially in a market like this where you're moving incredibly quickly, we don't encourage our clients to waive any inspections, but there are folks that will do that for the sake of getting a property. But when we know, and as you guys said, you are backed up, so that will, of course, delay the process. And then it becomes a domino effect because that seller then can't move out right away, the buyer can't move from where they're coming from. So then it becomes a domino effect, so everyone's backed up. At the same point as well, then depending on what's going on with the septic, that money can be quite extensive depending on what's going on. So we are essentially asking clients that are more than qualified to buy the property, but might not necessarily have a lot of cash on hand to put into escrow or to fix whatever that problem is right away. That's where it becomes an issue. Where the rest of the transaction is good to go and everything's smooth sailing, but then you ask them to put $20,000, $30,000 that they might not have, but they otherwise wanted to buy that property. So then they are specifically looking for properties that either don't have a septic system or that are not in Geauga County. Hopefully that answered your question. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other public?
You, I'm looking at you, nothing.
Just here to observe, Rich.
Okay, all right.
So
Are we doing okay so
Doing
far?
great.
Okay, thank you.
we'll discuss some of the FSOP in my section mentioned earlier. So we'll keep moving along.
Hey, back up to that salt thing just for a minute. Bass Lake and 322 has the same problem.
Bass Lake and 322.
Geauga salt there too.
Yeah, we live in that one. Yep.
They just use bottled water and they just live with it.
What township is Bass Lake in? Or,
Munson.
Munson?
Thank you.
Anytime I assume something, I find out half the time I'm wrong, because I go over a township or I go down a township, so. All right, so then the next thing we do, we go into environmental health update.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll be going to get through to Brian here. We're gonna be quick, Brian.
Okay, so environmental health update, did everybody get the update in their emails? Any questions? Anything would you like to?
No, I just, been a good learning experience, just, working at different health departments, figuring all this stuff out, so I think I got my hands wrapped around everything and, ready to move some things forward.
And we'll pull down some other conversations in my section too, to talk about FSOP and a couple other things.
Okay.
And your packet that's next to each one of you that has all the updates, which is what the public has as well, these go in order, so you can just go right through what the updates are.
Yeah. Can you introduce him?
Oh, sorry, Mike, sorry, I was thinking about something different. This is Daniel Lark, he's the new interim environmental health director. He's a A shared asset with Lake County right now is we look for a new environmental health director. Dan's worked in Maine too, correct? Maryland, sorry, Maryland as well, and he's served very well in Lake County. He's been there since before I was, and we have far less issues sometimes. So we're hoping to bring some of that customer service and working with the public a little bit differently, let's put it that way. Just working with a little different. He's been on the job since last week in March, I want to say, so. He's 1 month in, so he should probably be flawless at this point, so you can yell at him.
So this is just temporary?
As of right now, as the interim, it would be this board's.
Under contract, for right now is the interim. I think, Mr. Lark, how many years do you have? 16? How many years experience?
26.
26 years experience. We did do a search of surrounding counties and we, we thought he would be the best fit for this county. So, we'll see how it goes.
A lot of our services between Lake and Geauga, as most of you know, are split anyways. A lot of people kind of travel between the two. So also like with Elgar, for example, Lake and Geauga realtors, it's a good fit too, because he's already dealt with half of them. He deals with a lot of installers, which is a nice bonus there to have someone who kind of knows both sides a little bit. Different counties for sure, but same laws in general.
I do have a question about the report.
Okay.
The administrative hearings, I forgot. So what are we doing with all the folks that did not show, the no-shows?
I think those, we can follow up with those. I'm looking at all there.
They go to the
Yeah,
prosecutor.
the prosecutor follows up. Obviously, there are a lot of no-shows, as you can see.
It's a lot of no-shows.
Yeah, that was, I had, Evan actually was able to get us as one of our new environmental health clerks. He was able to get those numbers for us. And yeah, that's why I put the no-shows in there, is there's quite a few. So it's worth noting.
And these administrative hearings, they'll go back a number of years, so pulling people from a number of years ago. Okay. And I know that I was part of the board at the time when we gave the department the authority to start trying to intervene and get people. Were any of these no-shows supposed to show up at the board at one time?
That I don't know.
That's what I
These
thought.
are all.
These are all new, all the same.
Yeah, but before
You're talking
we
about
gave
the
them
past.
the authority.
We gave them the authority, and then if they didn't, they were supposed to come to the board, I thought. The people before they went to the prosecutors.
So I think
Yeah,
so-
since my first meeting, we had somebody come to the
Yeah.
board meeting before they went to.
Prosecutors.
Yeah, a while back, I don't know the exact date, but a while back, they all had to come to the board. The board would then hear them out. Then we asked that the authority transfer to Mr. Sage at the time.
Right.
In essence, to speed up the process, because we
Right.
can do these multiple times in a week or a day.
Agreed.
Then the report was supposed to go to the board as to, in essence, what our numbers are. We're obviously have a lot of no-shows, which is not super abnormal from what I believe when Dave was here. But then they do go to the prosecutor, which is the process. The goal is still to work with them, and Mr. Lark still meets with the prosecutor.
Typically, they go to a mediation session. I mean, from what I've learned, we go to a mediation session where.
How are those letters sent, like the ones Joyce received? That sent via certified mail or just regular mail?
Regular mail.
I think
Yeah.
they're regular.
I mean,
It's certified
personally,
whole line.
I feel like my mail is all junk mail and I just throw stuff, I think if it was certified mail, I would take more notice. I mean, I could see why there's no shows. People probably don't realize the importance of the document.
Believe it or not, we used to send them certified
Yeah, and it was the
and
same.
they all came back. We were spending $7 on a piece of mail that just turned around and came back to us.
So
That's
the
why-
people weren't receiving them, right?
So they refuse
Or they
them.
reject them.
They refuse them.
Yeah. So we've experienced that, not in this specific instance in Lake, but for other things we've done, we've experienced that where they take it back. Or they mail it back to us with no address and then we get charged for it.
How far is the backlog with the prosecutor?
Well, the one actually, we're about later, Mr. Lark does right now is 10 years old. Yeah.
What's the
Okay.
statute of limitations on that?
Apparently more than 10 years.
Apparently, I'm surprised.
Are there any of these that need, so again, just for clarifying, are all of these public nuisance or are any of these prioritized as a public nuisance over others?
Majority are for,
The majority of these are for sale properties.
right,
So,
very few nuisance.
okay.
So can we, okay, let's
Yes.
move on to population health. So
Mr. Graham, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Related to that question that you guys asked, is there any way to know that it's not a nuisance, if it hasn't been tested? Or do we have tests on file that these have failed? Or is it just a transaction took place and they're trying to determine if something wrong? Go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of these are, some are failures that go through, but usually then they get pumped into replacing the systems. Majority of ones that are on these lists are just people who have started the process.
So they
But
could
very
be-
few uses.
They theoretically could be.
They could be,
Yes. To answer your question, they theoretically could be.
Okay, so the next thing is population health report. We all got that. Any questions from the report? Okay, how about, Carol, do you have anything to add to to the report?
I'm gonna pull you in later on one of mine.
Okay,
Can I ask a question
sure.
or just make a comment? Carol, I really liked how at the last meeting you reported the county statistics for sexually transmitted diseases and some of the other disease states. I'm not seeing anything in here about those. Do you have information for
I know,
those?
I get with Sarah, the epidemiologist, and
Uh-huh.
kind of go over things. If there's specific things that you would like to see, I can format that. I try to pull out information that I feel is relevant or things that we're working on, that we're making progress on, is what I try to focus on with each report.
Okay, personally, and I know Dr. Levan and I from the previous meeting were very impressed with having those type of population health issues. But also, I think importantly, now that we are talking about, hopefully getting back into the community, doing some educational sessions, I would love to kind of hear more and let the public know either what you guys have been doing in the previous month for education, but also what's coming up for, if you have any sessions on healthy sleep or, car seat safety or the things we post on Facebook, excuse me. So that just for awareness, but also to let everybody know what's been happening.
And we do, we now officially have 3 health educators. We had a new health educator, I believe, that we mentioned that just started. She's training, she's actually gonna assume the Safe Communities grant. She is getting her car seat certification. We do have several individuals stop up monthly, because Magali is car seat certified to be able to install them. She gets out in the community, we're starting up right now, this is ramping up for Safe Communities, this is our busy time. It starts in April and it runs through about October. You're gonna see them out in the community. They were at the Maple Festival. It's click it or ticket, watch out for motorcycles. We had an enormous turnout for that. People were very grateful that we were there. They were shocked. We were the health department. When where are you from? Well, the health department. Oh, really? You guys do this? So that is our goal. That's some of the things that we're working at now that we have a 3rd health educator. They are working some grants that, they're not deliverable. Some of them are deliverable based. They're not all deliverable based. It's the getting them out in the community and getting our name and working and forming these partnerships. Now the things that really calm down, we're kind of redirecting our focus on what it is we're gonna do. So I think we have some really positive upcoming things.
Yeah, I would, like I said, love to hear more. I liked last month's report, and I like this too, but I like all of the additional information, especially, from healthcare provider standpoint. And Patty had mentioned, in the community, it's great to see statistically, what can I anticipate coming into my office, and, what can we anticipate being in the community in terms of, the illnesses that wax and wane, and what are we kind of looking at here? So that would be awesome.
To Ashley's point, I would also add that actually in statistics about population health and the other diseases might be a real eye-opener for people in general. We have gotten so consumed by COVID that that's the only thing people seem to look at is that statistic, and there are many other statistics that we look at, so.
And that's what we kind of focused on last month with the sexually transmitted diseases, or maybe it was the month prior, we focused on that because there were some things that were brought to our attention and the demographics, and we looked at how we could focus on educating, because believe it or not, it is 55 and older that we're seeing the vast majority of them. Some of them are captive audiences. So we're working on some ways that we can educate them.
to bring awareness. But I do think awareness, I think there's a lot of information out there that the residents of Geauga County are not even aware that's going on in their county.
Yeah, that, and I would definitely, love to hear more, work more with the opioid epidemic and, you know, kind of focus on the project, and advocating for what we can offer the community from that standpoint.
Carol seems working on a lot of those things, and a lot of, like, she's mentioned a lot of new things coming out.
Very
so-
busy, I know that.
Yeah, she's got a plate full, so I think it's gonna be, I think you guys will be really impressed in the next couple of months what you're gonna hear come out of there.
I look forward to it.
Next thing is administrator update. We got.
Administration.
Or administration?
Yeah, be all done.
Oh, I'm sorry, administration. Alta. Any questions on what was sent to us? Okay, Alta, do you have anything to add or anything?
I do. Attached to your agenda is another motion that we're asking you to approve tonight for supplemental appropriation to increase Board of Health contract services, sewage salaries, and sewage equipment. Contract services, I believe that's for Dean's contract. The sewage salary line item is to adjust so that we can get through the rest of the year. And then the, excuse me, the equipment is to purchase three new vehicles.
Yeah, so we, some of the vehicles we have are getting to their lifespan, and so we do, obviously, new cars are super hard to find, but we did find 3 used Jeeps that are relatively low mileage that are a reasonable price. So we're looking to purchase those with increased appropriations, obviously. We're not increasing contracts for the entirety of Dan's contract because obviously it's interim right now. And if you guys move a different direction like that, I don't want to have, you know, $100,000 sitting around that's reappropriated later on. So we'll increase it later on if we need to.
This may be a silly question, but when it comes to the vehicles, what do you guys do with the old ones?
We trade them in normally. Right now, we're actually probably going to keep one of the extra ones because we have, the goal is to have one extra sanitarian more than we used to have to catch up FSOP. Something I mentioned at the last board meeting, so we're gonna actually need one additional car. So we'll trade out one of the higher mileage ones, keep one of the lower mileage ones, and then these other ones will replace what our needs are at for those.
Just curious.
I also wanted to add that we have started sending letters out to people for the Water Pollution Control Loan Fund. So we sent 3 properties out for bid. 2 of them did receive bids back, the third did not. Dan's gonna work on getting that taken care of. But I sent 2 letters out today for people to get them qualified, to have them submit their paperwork so that we can get them moving. So right now we have possibly 5 on the books.
And the WPCLF, the Water Pollution Control Loan Fund, is how we were able to help those that qualify to replace septic, repair septic, even 50% can be used for sewage connection, sewer line connection.
Thank you guys for doing that.
Yeah, so one, thanks to all of us. Joelle actually is one of the clerks up front. They're on the end. If you want to wave, Joelle. There you
Oh,
go.
yes, and I want to introduce Joelle.
Alta's team, so sanitarians are obviously going out and doing the inspections. Without Alta's team, they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do, they don't know who's important, who's not important in terms of like what's the priority level is. They're the ones that looked up how many, Evan was, how many outstanding we have in 2020, he's working on 2021. All that information feeds Dan's team to know where they have to go, where they have to be, where they have to prioritize, and things of that nature. So it really takes, it takes all of them to make the village work here.
So
This is-
great work.
This is Joelle Weiss. She's been with us since January. She's going to be training to help me out when, if I'm not able to come to meetings and so on and so forth. So you may be getting emails from her.
Okay, good. So regarding the financials, we received the financials. I think I asked this question last month. I'm going to ask it again. We have a new contract with an attorney that we entered into an agreement. I'm curious, did we submit payment to him yet? I'm told he bills us regularly. And I did not see it on the monthly.
That's because it happened in April.
So it will not be on this report?
Right, it'll be on
Okay.
next month's.
Okay.
but he is, hopefully will get him paid. Thank
Or else sue us.
you. Well, we don't want that.
Terrible humor, I
We can
apologize,
help,
terrible
but,
humor.
Yeah,
Joyce, if you have 5 more minutes, I'm going into your thing right now.
Oh.
I apologize. We're a little bit long at this meeting.
can we make a motion to approve the financial reports, for 2022 as presented, April 2022?
So moved.
We have a second. Ashley.
I just, I did have one quick question.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going through circling. So explain to me, this Clemens Nelson and Associates, that we paid 38175 and 322.
Did Lynn put you up there? I'm just kidding.
No,
Just kidding.
okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah,
that is a retainer that we pay?
correct. Carolyn Johnson, who's the fiscal clerk, she's actually working on them to cancel the contract and
Okay.
stop paying them.
That was.
I reached out to them 2 or 3 times. She's reached out, so we're in the process of canceling it.
Okay.
We want the prosecutor's opinion on a different avenue to just, with where a specific issue we had was, and further specifically deal with that.
Okay, that was the only question.
I can add a little bit more to that.
Yeah.
We did get an answer from them.
Okay,
So we'll have to go through and come up with a letter.
okay. So we should be able to cancel that.
They'll
relatively quickly.
get paid for April, but not May.
Not many,
Other
okay.
than-
So
no.
we did find you a hold and we're gonna cancel that.
So we are, okay, do we need a motion or something from the
Hey,
board?
Rich,
or
you might
is
want
this
this next part. You might want this next part real quick.
We just need a second on that, the financial.
Okay, okay,
I moved to approve.
Second.
okay, so, just all in favor or roll
All
call?
in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, finances are approved. Okay, you're up, Adam.
All right, so Joyce gets her, so I went with Joyce here, and then Jonathan Tyler and Chris here. The FSOP program for sale of property, we're years behind on it, is a program not required by state law. It is an optional program that we could have as optional if we wanted to do it. The goal is still to protect the environment, don't get me wrong, that's our ultimate goal here, especially with Dan Lark's job in that area. There are, also mentioned Trumbull does require it. Many do not because of the sheer intensity of staff you have to actually maintain it and keep up to date within months of when someone transfers the house. My proposal would be that we put a moratorium date, an end date on the sale of property program. We'll make transitions to another program that is state required anyways, so we'll be moving in that direction at some level. But we have court cases, and Mr. Lark was doing that are 10 years old. We have 3 years behind on some inspections like Joyce is here, so we're contacting someone 3 years after the fact. The program has not been manageable since inception, talking with all sides. Since day one, it's not been manageable, but it's been there. It was created to offset and avoid the O&M program, which after discussions with the state, it doesn't do, according to what is required now. So even though we've talked to the state, we have to, in essence, run both these parallel with each other. So not only would you pay the O&M fee, you would pay the sale property fee on top of that if you transfer your house, sold it with a cash sale or some form of cash in between them. Which in my mind is you're taxing the resident twice.
So, just a quick question. People pay for an initial O&M fee, is that the $240 or $250?
$250, yeah.
And then they have to pay an FSOP?
They would do it for sale of property if they're transferring their house. The O&M is currently, it's just a fee that's currently in place.
Got it.
I'm trying to think when that came about. I mean, off the top of my head, the $250 10-year fee. Off the top of my head, honestly.
Well, we had
It became in 2015.
2015 is when the new ORC, yes, came into effect.
If we wanted to, so I've been talking to Mr. Lark, if we wanted to truly maintain the FSOP program, I'm gonna say significantly increase staffing. I'm gonna guess we'd have to double staff, given with the other program that's gonna come online. It might not be exactly double, it might be less than that, but we're gonna have to significantly increase staffing. Not only do we not have the space in the new building, we don't have the revenue, and our fees are some of the highest in the area, which means we have to increase that fee on top of that, while charging the other fee, which means, again, it's just double taxation to the public. To me, I'd be mad. I am mad. So, Mr. Lark and I are gonna work on a solution to this, because it is a regulation that the board has to vote on. But I would move towards, given we have the backlog that we're aware of, the funding is there, because we did talk to the prosecutor. we cannot simply forgive the ones that are outstanding because equal application of the law. So we do have to we do have to solve or fix the ones that are backlogged to inspect them. If we put a date of death on the FSOP program or termination, we still have to do the catch up, which most of those are, which we think most of them are unpaid. That money would still be there to maintain at least part of the program. We may have to live off our savings a little while. That's what it's there for partially. I'm not keen on saying that. That's why it's there. And then we would turn into the other program at some point that would catch this up. Again, we don't have everything detailed out at this minute. We do have to talk to the prosecutor as well as the auditor on a separate subject, which we're setting up. But given this is not maintaining, I don't see a reason to continue doing this and just beat our head against the wall and have someone like Joyce have to call me or John or Chris, because we had a meeting recently about some of these things. It doesn't make any sense to be doing this and just and possibly losing people moving to the county.
But as the O&M fees and things are paid, everybody's, that, there's no backlogs on anything related to that.
We have not.
The O&M fee that we have now is not O&M is what the state requires. It's just a fee that goes into place for that. It's just it's a 10-year permit. One done. The true O&M is totally different. It'll have to be up and running, which that'll take 6 months to a year, I would guess. Even if Dan puts 110% into it, you're talking a good while. But this is not the first time I've talked to someone like Joyce. It's not the first time I've talked to Jonathan or Chris about something similar to this, or someone else or a trustee. It's not the first time I've heard a realtor come up to me and tell me it's hampering sales and moving to the county. And when I hear someone doesn't want to move to the county because something we do that we could modify to make work, that's incredibly frustrating. We want people to move here. We want them to come here. We want them to live here, grow their families here, bring their kids come here. And we're causing part of that problem. It's not happening. So I'd like to, with Mr. Larkin and with Alta, we'll put a plan together to push. We'll push out for our next board meeting so you can read it and look at it. May have a special meeting in between, might be the real solution here, and then hopefully be able to look at what we can do to modify this and give a term date on this, and hopefully turn a table here with the county and help people out instead of fighting ignorance.
And just so we all know, I mean, I think we all, well, especially us realtors and stuff, we all want to see building in this county. And I mean, there's nobody here from the building department, but I have heard rumors that even the building department is frustrated because they cannot issue new permits to build without this county, without this department issuing a septic permit. And it doesn't take weeks, or it doesn't take a month. I mean, I've heard 6 months. I've heard
9 months. It took me 9 months.
9 months. There you go,
Why?
right there. So I mean, this is something that we have to do as a county so that we don't keep chasing new business, new construction to different areas. Okay, we need to fix this.
There's actually a lot right next door to my house that just came on, and I so want to buy it. It's a perfect lot for a house. I don't want to build. I really don't. I don't want to have to do the septic.
Well, it sounds like you should buy it because it could take 9 months
So
before you get anything anyway, right?
I this year I didn't renew our septic license for the county because I was done. Like everyone I talked to agreed they were just done.
So I don't say these things lightly. I've met with installers. I've met with other people. We've talked with trustees and village people. Village people, right? With village trustees and councilmen. We'll put something together that we can push out to everyone and hopefully solidify this, and we can vote on it hopefully at the next meeting, or at least get our grasp on it to make some real changes. I think that'll help it'll help the community in general. It's not, it's not just about us, it's about the community. So
I say bravo, thank you for thinking this way, major hints throughout the years, and this is the group that's thinking about that, and gonna hopefully make that change. So kudos.
Make sure as part of the planning, we figure out how we're going to communicate to other people that still will be
correct.
Incumbent to meet obligations.
Yeah, and that's where Mr. Lord has put these systems in place with other counties, and so part of that is his methodology and how he's done this. He knows how to run the reports to push these out, because usually, like as he's aware, he usually follows up with people when it gets to be like close to their permit time. We've not been doing that in the past. That's the installer or someone else's job. He reaches out and says, "Hey, you're close. You need to fix this fast," and then we deal with it that way. Separate program, but similar mentality. Correct. Yeah. So.
You want to talk about any O&M in the future? talk about.
Well, can I ask a question first? So what's gonna happen between this board meeting and the next board meeting?
So-
Why can't we just demolish the program tonight?
So we don't have anything in place right now, a date, the process we'd use for it. I'd like to have a little more thought out than this, just so that when someone asks like, I'm gonna sell my house tomorrow, so now it doesn't require it. Well, there's gotta be a date cut off. We have to talk with the prosecutor, get some of those things lined up. Also, we have a staffing issue where we did have another sanitarian resign, ending not this Friday, but next Friday. We still have 0 applicants for the last position we posted. We also have 0 applicants for the PRN position, part-time position that we posted. I'm trying to fix that with another fix to do that, which I think is the right move. But I would like to meet with Mr. Larkin, he's living here a month, and solidify that with all of you. And it might just be a special board meeting in 2 weeks, where maybe we meet then. You guys can review it, you guys can review it, come up with a true, yeah, we understand what he wants to do, we understand where we want to get to, let's go ahead and get there. I would theoretically, I mean, I didn't want to throw out David, theoretically, we're looking at July 1st. That's super soon, especially to end a program.
I mean, my date would be April 27th.
I mean,
Well, typically, I think if we can make it like during the end of the quarter, I think that might be more.
it'd be June 30th.
That doesn't help homeowners though. I mean,
Tell you it's not, some of this would also be discussion with the prosecutor and also with the regulations that we have to reword the regulations that you guys can sign off on, and we don't have that right now.
I think there's some homework that needs to be done.
well, I
So
guess
that
that was
was-
my question, is what the homework is.
Yeah, so it'll
And
be,
can that be done after a vote?
it cannot, no, it would be done between Mr. Lark, Alton, and myself, hopefully within the next, let's say 14 days. We try to push something out quickly after that to all of you, probably have a special meeting, unless you want to wait all this until May, if you could. We can do a special meeting, and then try to say, here's where we want to go, here's how we're gonna get there, and have the regulations ready to go. If we're going to modify the regulations, which is gonna take a little bit of time, because those have been altered in, I don't know when, I'm guessing a long time.
2002.
2002. I was gonna say 2002, I'm like, I'm gonna assume it, you're gonna say, no, it's 15 or something. So, we'll be doing that. It's up to you if you want to accept the question. Okay. Rich, you want to accept the question?
Sure, go ahead.
Are there currently any alternatives in place for the FSOP program?
As of right now, there's not, we would make it optional. The thought is to make it optional, and that if a homeowner wants to get it, they could get it. Our timeline would be significantly different though than what it is right now.
And we also have thrown a couple ideas around that we have to check with the prosecutor about some ways to speed up catching up with the FSOP. So, but there's some legality things that I want to check on before I really jump.
So there's no way to implement some alternative that they could submit their own testing in the meantime until.
I would like to give this department the opportunity to do their homework, come back with the plan versus sitting here and throwing out answers.
Still, we mentioned that's what we're looking at though. There are, Mr. Lark has, thank God, I mean, I do mean this honestly. His knowledge, is what we're relying on, he's got a lot of knowledge in this area, so. The other, so Joyce, you're good? I don't want to keep you a whole lot longer.
I think for today.
Yeah. I want to at least make sure Joyce heard it, that Jonathan and Chris did, because Jonathan and Chris are obviously the trustees and heading GTA. It's important they know what's going on. They're also helping us with the community talk. The other thing I would like to do is the EH committee, sorry, and these are additional things to my stuff I provided. These are in addition to my thing. EH committee is currently, the goal of having an EH committee was that the public could attend without having to be at 5 o'clock at night or take this board meeting, make it 4 hours, which we're already going pretty long. Thank you, Brian, for staying. But the reality is we don't have the public attend EH committees. So because mostly they're in the morning, so they have to work with everybody else. So can we take the EH committee, I'm not gonna say dissolve it, because you might want to use it in the future, but take that operation maintenance and some of these like FSOP things and bring it to the full board. So also, when people are asking these questions, they might not ask Rich, they might ask Lynn. Then Lynn's gotta, now that you're gonna answer, you might say, I gotta talk to the whole board. I think it's a little better if everyone has a basic understanding of it, so they can say, I know what you're talking about, let me get a hold of our team, they'll reach out to you, we'll discuss it and go from there. With it being an EH committee, the committee brings back to their understanding of all of you, but the public doesn't really have any involved in that committee meeting. It's usually in the morning, like 8 to 10 a.m. on a Tuesday or Wednesday with that, Thursday, Friday. So I'm sorry, we moved it around so many times. So I think it'd be better if we had it in a meeting like this where your trustees are already here, possibly your township administrators are here. I think you're gonna get better public interaction because this affects 40,000+ systems in the county, or 35 to 40,000. I think it's better served here, in my opinion. It's up to you as the board to do that, but I just think this is a better place for that. Or a special meeting. You could have a special meeting once a quarter, once a week, once a month, once a whatever. But I think it behooves us to do it that way, so the whole board's involved in this. It's not just trying to relay information, and then the public shows up here and asks the question, and then we go, well, the EH committee, then you gotta have the EH committee anyways.
I'm agreeing with that. I think transparency is key, and this is where the majority of the questions come from for the public. And I think having the opportunity to address the entire board is a good solution to that.
I would just say that I want to make sure the bylaws continue to reflect the possibility of having
Yeah.
these though.
Yes.
Because we may need to resort back.
Yeah, I don't want to dissolve them because there are times maybe a committee can meet faster than the board and it requires quick action based on something. You guys could still reappoint new members of committees or change them. So we won't dissolve, like I said, we won't dissolve it, but what we will do is move these topics that are broad spectrum back to the full board. And that way you can all kind of get an opinion on that.
Do we need to like vote on this?
We do not, because we just won't schedule an EH, sorry, I'll just one time. We just won't schedule an EH committee, we'll just bring it back to this full board. I'm gonna go over these quick. I'm gonna be at the Burton Middlefield Rotary on May 4th at 6:30 PM. I was asked to do a presentation there about Board of Health and everything else, so I'll be there with them. COVID vaccinations, we're gonna bring in Carol Cernero. We have 5 to 10 people coming in a day at this point for the vaccine.
4 days a week.
4 days a week. The state nurses are likely ending that contract very soon. We don't have the resources or personnel to keep clinics open 4 days a week. Carol and I have talked about this for a while now, and our goal was, so Carol can be on the board. We talked about this a while ago when the state nurses kind of went away, we'd stopped doing so much because it's a resource provided by the state. Now it won't be. They're also talking about charging for the vaccine, being another step they're talking about. So my thought would be we move towards, Carol can provide what her thoughts are, but once a week or once a month, her staff, when they have the availability to do that specific clinic, they would do that. If the public wanted to come in, it would be a registration based instead of just walk-in.
Scheduled base instead of walk-in.
We're trying to
Say once a month or once a week?
We're actually looking, and we've sat down and we've reviewed all the numbers. We're seeing about, on an average, 10 a day. We have about 16 COVID clinics a month. We don't have them on Wednesdays because we have childhood immunization clinics. And we have like TB tests, things that we have to do that are scheduled. So we were looking at either starting out twice, like every other week for a day, have it, and they would have to call in and it would be scheduled instead of walk-in. Because we offer 4 clinics a week, we're seeing a lot of people that are not Geauga County residents that come here because they can't get into their health departments. Now, that being said, I'm not going to deny, that's not my job to deny someone regardless of where they live, but I think the ODH nurses, the contract's up June 4th. The Ohio Department of Health meeting that we had today is looking to possibly extend it, but they're sending out a survey by the end of this week, and they want us to be completely transparent and honest as to what our plan is with the COVID vaccine. So we may be able to get not just to overwhelm our staff for the every other week to start out using PRN nurses through ProLink that Ohio Department of Health offers. We just want to step away from it every day.
I have a couple questions, Carol. Do we know how long, so I think for us, it's great to provide access to things, but at the same time, we are luckily in a community, especially near the health department, where there's a lot of access to the vaccines, so if people choose to get them. Do we know how long, yes, we have clinics every day, but do any of the surrounding pharmacies have walk-in clinics daily?
You have to, most of them are scheduled.
Okay.
They're scheduled, and the problem I have with this and that I keep digressing back to is, and I pulled numbers, like the 2020 US Census talked about Geauga County, it was like 92,800 plus. Out of that, those without healthcare was 7,481. So even if you're gonna go to CVS, you're gonna pay a fee for that. A lot of the pediatricians, a lot of the physicians are getting away from it because they're I think we're transitioning over to where you have to purchase the vaccine. To me, there's a high waste factor with the vaccine, that it doesn't warrant using taxpayers' money for us to have to purchase it. And then, because if you have to open a vial it's a 10-dose vial or a 6-dose vial, and you're pulling out one shot, you're wasting 5 shots because it's time.
So, can we, and we can't, do we have the other vaccine clinics that we could simply just say we have this available on these days only? And I do like, my question about asking how long does it take to get an appointment at some of these pharmacies is, well, if it takes 2 weeks to go to a pharmacy to get any vaccine, not just COVID, but flu, shingles, whatever, if we provide access at any point sooner than that, and just say, we're gonna have these clinics, like you said, once every other week, you can diminish the amount of waste. Can we consolidate, are we still going to plan on offering both vaccines?
What do you mean by both vaccines? You mean as
The,
far as child?
well, no, the Pfizer, Comirnaty, and Moderna.
We actually still have all 3.
So, and we, oh wow, okay, so is there potential for consolidation of the ones that we carry, or are we just saying across the board, we're gonna provide access? But I do think, if we can limit, I don't think to have a walk-in clinic every day for COVID vaccines is
The only
necessary.
reason why we were doing that is because we were under contract with the
Yeah,
OUH nurses,
and
and we
you have
had
the
that.
resources,
And
certainly.
that's why. And we are moving more towards Moderna and Pfizer, but you have to remember, Geauga County, when the vaccines rolled out, whatever came out was what the state sent you.
Absolutely.
We
Yeah.
ended up with Moderna. So most of the a large portion of the Geauga County residents were immunized with Moderna. Pfizer's a little bit more flexible, as far as
With the
different age
schedule.
groups, but to just go to say just Pfizer or just Moderna, I could see going to those 2 and eliminating J&J, which I think is what we're moving towards anyway. I think is where we need to be.
I am in support of us scaling it back now. A lot of the quote-unquote crisis is kind of behind us. And I do believe scheduling I think most people should realize scheduling is needed tonight, whatever you do. How does that impact the Amish community who claim they cannot schedule because they don't access electronic?
No, they do schedule, they don't do it, I'm sorry, they don't, with all of our childhood immunization clinics, because we, here at Geauga County, we do not purchase any vaccine. The only thing that we would purchase are rabies, because we work with the park system for rabies vaccines. We purchase Tubrazole for TB tests. We really don't purchase, we get all of our vaccine through the Get Vaccinated Ohio grant. So taxpayers' money is not used for that. The thing is, with GBO, there are conditions, there are limitations. We can only do underinsured or no insurance for those. So,
So how's the Amish handled?
The
They can't-
Amish doesn't, I mean, how
Do
many
they-
Amish gets the COVID
As
shot?
far as the COVID goes, that's not a big issue, they're not getting,
All right, Jenny, okay.
even though, it would be nice for the high-risk people, and they know who they are, to get it. But what we're gonna see is recommendations for the boosters is gonna change basically to high-risk individuals, elderly, immunosuppressed, and the rest of us, forget it.
now,
Okay, I mean, I'm totally in agreement with us scaling back, scheduling people. I just wanted to understand if we're impacting the hours. I believe that they probably were not being immunized, but thank you for
Again,
commenting.
they're not getting the COVID, but they're still getting their childhood vaccines.
and they do call and schedule. They
Okay.
call us for those clinics, the childhood immunization, have never been walk-in. We do a
Okay.
back-to-school walk-in, but they schedule.
Okay.
So do you need us as a board to recommend?
No.
No,
I
I
just-
just wanted to update you and get your thoughts on it.
I just want to bring it to your attention, we've been talking about this, Carol and I, for a while now, and I think now is pretty much the time. We've been talking about since September when I came in, and with Carol, the state nurses are going away. It just makes sense to scale it back, and then we can address it later on if addressing needs done.
It's there if someone wants it, however, the nurses and the staff and population health, there's so many other things that our time could be utilized to be able to be more out in the community and, just focus our energy on some other things.
Carolyn, you okay?
Oh, I'm okay. I wanted to go to 0, so.
Okay.
Scaling back is okay with me.
I'm gonna burn through these other things so we can get to executive. We do have a Parkinson's focus group that Carol's team and I led up for our community health needs assessments. We did have that. I think it was Monday we did that. It was a great focus group. We got the, yes.
If you guys ever need that education for Parkinson's, let me know.
Okay.
I don't know. Legally, I'm not allowed to come help you, but we do it through the hospital for the Parkinson's support group through us, so if you want, I can come.
I'll let them know you're an asset for that, because that was, when I met with them, one of the questions that we asked them was, what got you through the seclusion of COVID? And it was actually the Parkinson's group. Most of them said without that group, they don't know where they would be at today. So, given that, someone I know has really had Parkinson's, it's a near and dear type of thing, so. I'm looking at doing an additional clerk possibly for sale, to help get with for sale property and as a backup for vital stats. It'll help augment Carol's team and Alta's. It'll depend on how we handle this FSOP thing, but Alta's team already is booked with just day-to-day activities right now, let alone a backlog of 2 years. So I'm looking at, do we hire a part-time clerk, resources allowing it, to help on various, and then if we need to, we can phase away from that in the future. But again, I'm very frustrated listening to Joyce and some other people, and these timelines are just, take out the world of Amazon of 2-day stuff. This is just not acceptable for, some of the stuff. So that, and then also, I was informed that likely our expected rent for the new building is around $30,000. That was not confirmed. It was not denied. It was not. That was just, here's an expectation of what it could be.
That's a month.
A year.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know. Again, this is not like, here's your contract. This is expect around this number. That is a decent number.
Decent in terms of what?
Yeah, I've got a realtor right here.
Pretty high, yeah, well,
Yeah, well, another realtor's left, so.
Zero.
Yeah.
What about that space?
That's where our local realtor here would be
Okay.
looking and giving us some comps. So again, not saying anything good or bad about it, it's just that was a number thrown out. That's the number I wanted to relate to you, because everyone had asked many times that number was.
Yes, it impacts the budget.
Correct.
And when would
You
that
go
happen?
from zero to anything, it impacts the budget.
Correct. We do not have a contract. My assumption is it would take place 1/1/2023, but I don't have a contract, I don't have a number. For all I know, that number comes out to 0 6 months from now, and they say, oh, never mind, it was an error. It's just a number that's thrown out as a possible.
And how's that information conveyed to you?
I don't want to say that person, they were just trying to help us out as a board.
Okay, so do we think that includes all the utilities?
I was not told that.
That's a good question.
I had actually asked that, that was a question that I had, and I have not been told if it does or does not. Because that number would,
What's your move day?
supposedly between middle of May and beginning of June, is the expectation. So keep in mind, keep in mind the county is doing the best they can. It's just,
Are they?
I'm gonna say yes. I'm not being very, I don't know what everything they deal with on a day-to-day basis. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt that they do what they can. So that is it for my additional items. I would ask to be courteous of Mr. Dursheim and Mr. Spiker, as 2 lawyers, and move to executive. Everyone else there's an agenda up there with what we'd come back and talk about. I am gonna expect this executive to take probably 2 hours. There are 2 lawyers, 2 different legal issues we're dealing with. So I don't think this is gonna be short, just so the audience does know that.
Thank you.
Yes. I don't always know time frames. This time I'm gonna guess this is not gonna be short.
One of the things that probably needs to be looked at now that we have Dr. Cameron and you, we probably do need to take a look at the bylaws and update them
Yes.
accordingly.
I talked with Alta recently about going through those.
Okay.
I think you can revise, not amended.
Yes.
It's a full revision.
Yeah. And I have some templates of other entities that we can use within reason. I just have to modify them. Besides that, if you have children, wait, there are cupcakes back there. It's in honor of Carolyn being her first meeting, and also David Gregg's last meeting, wasn't able to be here. We have a resolution for later in the meeting, but please take some cupcakes out. My kids don't need more sugar, yours do, obviously. Trevor obviously needs to eat up, so, yeah. But other than that, we can vote to go into executive.
So, I move to adjourn to executive session to discuss pending litigation with counsel on matters related to personnel and compensation. Do we have a
And pending
motion?
litigation.
And
Pending litigation.
pending litigation.
I move.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Brackey.
Yes.
Mrs. Jones.
Yes.
Mrs. Roman.
Yes.
And Mr. Moreno, yes. So we are going into executive session at 6:30.
And we are inviting in Mr. Lark, Brian Katura, and then Tom Spiker via phone.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
There's also a survey in the back. If anyone wants to scan the pretty QR code, it helps us use your taxpayer dollars more wisely. Appreciate it. It's all anonymous. We're out of my office.
Where is it?
The escrow, the non-escrow. I know it sounds like a lawyer response, but it depends. The escrow would come to the visa.
I'm just saying, we will do this.
Thank you.
3 years.
No, and that's what I'm trying to do. And I don't think she, well, not that she has it pulled up, I don't know if she doesn't. I'm guessing she doesn't. And that means it's on her. And even if it doesn't say you do have escrow, you still have to go. Listen, they worked for years.
Yeah, I know.
It's my job, man.
I studied for
And I
to be honest, I never really.
She, it was there was a conversation we had for half an hour, but I agree with her.
Yeah, but I just had some interning in plants.
That's what I'm trying to change.
And now I work in.
That's how it's going.
I don't even do much.
I'm hoping not. I am hoping not. It's good seeing you guys. Right?
Well, that's your part, right? I really enjoy studying as an engineer. I did mechanical, years ago, mechanical or electrical, and you'll figure out if it's which one you like better. You'll see if you like circuits better.
I never studied.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I never liked circuits, so. I was a mechanical person and did the minimal on the electrical side, but that was, what's that? Yeah, was it? I'm sure probably even more.
Sexual transfer.
You know where we're going, right?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I won't take your
Sorry.
Right, it was very, thanks for coming.
We're seeing that in Dayton.
Oh, for Dave.
Line days all over the, but we're trying to.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Actually,
Well, I start.
now grant writing is kind of over, because a lot of them start like one, and they go through June 30th.
Right.
Yeah, we're seeing it. We actually talked about, we don't have it here, bringing what's called a ticket to do a sweep. I can hear my sister's interested in. And it's a kit, and it's something that you could, and he said, you can do it, you can it to your house, and you can drag it along just your property line with those washes. Right. And all the tickets they get on it. And then you pick them off, you can bring them down to the county, you can have a really sick time. But that's how they do it. I know, I never knew that they did that. Now, I don't know if they offer that, like, our public can come in and pick something like that up, but I never even knew that something like that existed. It was fascinating to me.
So this time last year, I was working in my raspberry patch, which is in a rush area. It hadn't been down in like 5 years. Okay, my son and I were working. And I don't believe I got it right, but we both got a rash that was similar to a poison ivy. I thought it was poison ivy, okay? But it lasted an incredibly long period of time. It was very intense. It would come and go for weeks. Then my son got completely over it. He's 20.
You have to be
But
here for 2 hours?
An autoimmune response.
Oh my gosh.
Arthritis that kicked in right after that.
Did you bring a deck of cards?
Weird. Your doctor.
Really?
It's like, no.
Oh my gosh.
To the point where it would go from one finger to another. Stay a couple days, and I would be frozen in place. I couldn't move it, even with my other things. And you're saying that that's really for arthritis. It's very weird for arthritis, right? So I still.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, be careful.
Thanks. Now I get to go to the candidate forums.
Well, take a cupcake.
No, no.
Did you ever see, you know, the you're a nurse, right? The telltale signs of Lyme disease.
I've never saw that.
Do you want me to take the rest of these needs assessments for the candidate forums and throw them on the table?
It was like poison ivy, so I really do.
I don't know that
because it was
you're
rash, right?
Carol, she wants to know if you want.
You know, I'm going to the library for the candidate forums. Do you want me to take any of these needs assessment flyers? Or no?
No, because, well, you're gonna see them throughout the community. We're doing what's called focus groups, so they're not just, available for a community member to just come get a survey to,
Okay, okay.
yeah, to actually fill out.
Okay,
But
good.
you know what, do you have like a card? Can I write down your name and number and let me talk with our epidemiologist and let me see. Right now, we have like 6 to 8 boxes that are gonna be strategically placed throughout the county at different businesses. We're honing in on focus groups like Adam talked about, we had like Parkinson's. We're doing multiple ones throughout the county to get their input and we're trying to get information to the Amish. I'm working with someone right now that's reached out to some of the bishops, so.
So I think one of our neighbors, one of my neighbors, totally separate from maybe women voters. I think one of my neighbors was one of the people that delivers books to the Amish.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if he
We're
could.
rolling out the survey Friday. We have an individual, he's a county worker that has a pretty good relationship with, the Amish, and we're just trying to get, he said he'd be willing to take them out, let them fill them out, like maybe at one of their congregations or something, and then go back and collect them for us, because they make up almost 25% of our county, right? But yet, they're not participating
Oh,
in
sure.
that, so the county will dub us, or the state will dub us healthy and wealthy, and it shuts us out of a lot of grants and things, opportunities that we don't qualify for. I mean, technically, we probably do qualify for them.
Yeah. I would do more than one bishop.
Well, no, he is the county emergency department, response department, and he has, there's multiple that he knows that he's working with. So they were trying to, coordinate something. The problem is they all have their own churches and they live in homes, so we're able to get that to them, because we need it controlled. We need to know that it's being filled out. Now, they're anonymous, you don't put any information on it, but, you know.
Right.
Even at that, you know, like with the league, we have our website and stuff like that. Not.
Yeah, but then that's not controlled anymore.
Yeah.
You see, that's why they have us, we have specific guidelines to accreditation on how we have to roll it out and how we have to do it. And unfortunately, we're kind of everything else at their mercy.
Yeah, that's my own personal one, that's not through the league one.
Okay, let me ask, I will talk to, yes, we got all these nurses here.
I don't know my PS.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter, RNs, RNs.
And I have
Exactly.
extras in my house.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me talk with, Sarah. I know we're starting to roll out the survey on Friday. There's gonna be a very short window for it because we have to gather all that information.
Yeah, I was just, again, if there's any way I could get information out.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I will, yeah, I'll speak with her for you. Okay? Bye.
Yeah, so I mean, I mean, I could have had bullseye, but just, it was in the rash and I didn't see it. I wasn't looking for it either.
You said they tested you for Lyme?
They did. I guess there's two tests, but they only use the one. There's like a second test. I don't understand the difference between the two.
I'm not sure.
So,
I don't know the clinical setting for.
but I mean, I'm at the point now where I've dealt with this for now, and I'm kind of, you know, I need answers. And then I noticed that on the report, and, you know, it clicked with me because that's, you know, in the beginning, I was like, co-disciplinary Lyme disease, right? And then when I saw that, I was like, man, it was almost fourfold, was it not? Yeah, so.
We see a lot of that, that's why we were pulling those, Sarah and I were going through and reviewing. And it's kind of hard to pick and choose because there's a lot to put out, you know, a report like this if they're, you know, they don't have time to read that.
Right.
So when we see like increases in something, that's how we kind of pull, and that's what the information that we put on the report.
Right.
So like tonight, you know, if they get specific about certain things that they like want to continually see, we can do that. It's, but that one that is,
I mean, that just caught my eye, and I was like, ooh, that's a lot for this county, and I know that it's a rural county, I get that, but.
and I think now that it's more detectable, I think we're finding it.
Well, I mean, it was even from 2020 to 2021, and 2020 is when we were all supposed to be staying home, working in our yards, right?
And hiking and being in the woods and breathing fresh air,
Right.
you know?
So then I was like, well, what was the big difference between 20 and 2021?
And it could be even the type of tick.
Right.
That's what Dana was explaining to me. I mean, I don't know that much about it. It's more of an EVH thing. The disease process, yes, population health or nursing, but when it comes to like environmentally and, I never even knew how the EPA, how they even looked at that or how they gathered information, even though we think something's on someone, but you can, we actually, our FA got little tick cards on how to identify them, the ones that are most commonly in northeastern Ohio. So, at the fair, we gave out these little tweezer packs that had the card in there.
Oh.
And we were like tick pullers. Okay. In these little Ziploc bags, and like $1 a piece.
Wow.
And we gave that out, like tons of them. That, they had right after I started working here. It is a big deal, like people gravitated to our table and they just wanted them. So I know it's a problem. And when we live in a rural community, it's gonna be a problem.
Well, I mean, we knew when we went in there, we were getting in some weeds and stuff. And, so, you know, head to toe, we tucked our pants in, our sleeves in, our gloves and everything. And I didn't see a tick. You know, we came in, first things we did, went in the washer, shower, all that kind of stuff, because I knew there was poison ivy there.
So did you rule out, like, were there any like unique plants or anything that you really did not see?
I saw one that was really weird looking. It was tall, it had very large leaves on it. There was only one of them. And I, you know, grabbed it and pulled it out. Never seen anything before, so I thought, well, maybe it was poison sumac. I've never seen poison sumac. You know, and poison oak I've rarely seen. Poison ivy I see live, but, you know, we have, so our property, on our property line, there's our house, and then there was what used to be a fence line, a fence row. But we cleaned the fence out a long time ago. And then a field that they plant corn in, or whatever. In that fence line is where the wild raspberries are, so I pretty much brush killed all of it except a certain portion of it, and I have 3 rows of wild.
They never had deer in our yard. As soon as we put raspberry, all our raspberry bushes.
As soon as they're ripe, the deer eat them. So I've given up, but, yes, but
Go to Costco, they're like $4.99 for a concho. That's what we've been getting ours. We just, yeah. I mean, I just didn't know how much it takes on deer. And you're in the raspberries.
they're in the field, they're in the woods behind that, you know, so. I don't know, I'm sure. But I don't think that's the only thing that I have. So. I have one doctor's appointment already, 3 more doctors. I'm gonna go see. I just said, look, I'm mad now. Something we have to figure out what's wrong. And it doesn't make worse. I mean, I can't bend. I can't straighten my, I can't bend it all the way up. It's just. That's exactly, I went to one of the 12. First one, she spent 10 minutes, she looked at 2 joints. She said, yep, you got arthritis. Start on methotrexate. And because you're taking methotrexate, you're gonna take folic acid. So I was like, I remember this. So I looked it up when I got home, and sure enough, it's a cancer drug. For cancer. So I was like, I'm not ready to do it. I'm just like, I don't know if we should start asking it. I mean, I know we got some blood work and stuff there, but. So I ended up going to Dr. Marcus over at UH. She spent 30 minutes looking at me after each joint in my body, talking with me, you know, about all the other ramifications with your heart and lungs and all that kind of stuff. And I respect someone who's gonna take the time to actually look at me. So now. Like one. I have to advocate for yourself. We, they just keep pushing for nurses to get more and more and more medication because I know what's happening. They are going to eventually, you know, MPs, the practitioners are going to replace general practitioners. It's coming because they're just not enough of them. Most of them in the upcoming schools, medical school, they want specialty medicine or something short, especially like Dr. Moritz retired and they replaced all the nurse practitioners. No, I went to a nurse practitioner at UH. Amazing, amazing person. She's someone that I could just, she, you know, she treated me with, she's someone that would just listen, almost like a friend. Like I felt like if it wasn't like a conflict of interest, because she was treating me, she's someone that I could go lunch with or go shopping with or something. Right. Like I had that kind of relationship with her, and I saw her and I was tired. Well, that's when all this was going on. There was so much thrown at us, and there was so much thrown at me, and I hated her like a huge mess. In this position, a huge mess. I've been here a long time in this county. Yeah, we're getting there. We have a ways to go, but we are getting there. We have good people here doing good work, but you can't be fixed like that. No. So anyway, so I've been seeing her, and she's just like, oh, it's crazy. I was 15 months, I worked 7 days a week, 12 to 15 hour days. I'm sad. You sacrifice your family, you sacrifice to do whatever you need to do for the county, but anyway. Opening 2 more locations. First person in the building, now they let me have 2 more stops at 2 more offices. She's like, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know. She's no longer with you. And assuming she was close, because they're jumping right now. Their friends are like, well, mine left, you know, the clinic, and we wait. So right now, it's like everybody's leaving staff. And we're doing it like just because we don't, it's a county budget. Nurses are make good money. Right. You're not even gonna make decent money. Right. There's a lot of people, like for me, I'm a second. My husband is the director. Right. My nursing supervisor is the same thing. So I'm able to get that. That's what I see. Number one, you know,
$24.07. Now, and that was
When was that?
3 years ago.
I was making it at the hospital when I was out there.
New grad, as a new grad, when you work for the clinic, they started me like $27.50 as a new grad with zero experience. But I get us the taxpayers' money to keep staff. I feel like I tell them all the time. I used to complain to Tom about it. All I feel like I do is I need to train them. They come to me for respite care. They came out of ICU and they've been there a year and they're burned out. They had holidays with the families, they came to kids' soccer games, they're tired. They come to us and they can do a map. Here's the map. What are you paying for your benefits? Because this is what your benefits, you're gonna save some of that money on the back end of benefits and do the math and take a look at this before you accept the position.
Right.
So I'm looking at it. Okay, I'm here. I have a year, they're rested, now they realize they need the money because now they feel good, they're energized, they're rested, and they go. And UH has taken 2 of them, created supervisors positions for them. I don't do that, I can't. No, you can't. So that's why I'm wanting to skill, I'm wasted up here. Because I'm here, there's certain things I can't say. Right. There's a lot of skiing back, it's needed to be a long time, and I'm so glad we're doing that, and we can do that.
I can foresee Adam taking care of that.
He does leave it to me to ultimately make the decision. But
He's
I
back
just-
in peace.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you protect them.
I
I
just,
mean, it's one thing to say, hey, I need this to happen. But when you're standing there alone, it's hard for me to have someone say, yeah, I agree. I'm with her, you know, on this. And that makes a little difference.
we're trying to, I have mixed feelings regardless if you're for the vaccine, against the vaccine. There are people in this county that cannot afford, even if they want it, they cannot afford it. And that's just a cost. And if you go to like CVS, they're gonna charge you, I think it's like $30. There's people in this county that can't. And I'm like, so I have mixed feelings. I'm like, okay, we are public, what's public health need? Right. For public health, so that's the part that I lament about.
Right.
You know what I mean? Regardless of
Well,
my
what about
personal
your
opinion.
childhood vaccines? Do they pay for that?
We have them here, but we can only do underinsured and no insurance, so we get those for childhood, we get those.
Because it didn't used to be like that.
No, they used to take private insurance here, but
Because I used to come, I used to bring my kids here.
I don't know, it was obviously before me, with even a previous health commissioner in the first one, Quaid. Everything got scaled way back. We used to have 10 nurses here in our nursing home.
I remember.
No, those days are gone. It's not in the budget. It's not in the budget to have that. With insurance going up, healthcare, everything that's going up, it's not in the budget to have. So for us to be able to take private insurance, not adjust, and I'll do research on, we do not even have an EMR system. But we do not pay. Right. We don't have no medical record. So you have no idea. I mean, I feel for people how compassionate they are about things, but they have no idea how hard people are working and what very little resources we have.
Well, I talked to Adam, and I said, it's ridiculous that you guys don't have an electronic anything. I mean, this is 2021. So, what, I don't know who's in control, but the county commissioner should be doing something
Yeah.
about this.
That's
There
right.
should be no department in the whole county that doesn't have
What people
electronic
don't
stuff.
understand is the commission, we're under the commission. We're under that board. We're not under the commission.
So why haven't they got this?
I think a lot of it is funding. The funding just isn't there. It's the same operating anybody and quote me, and it keeps saying for 23 or 24 years, there has not been another increase. So we, as like everything else continues to rise, then it costs more people to higher it costs. Healthcare keeps going up even for the small amount of employees you have. So that money is when you're paying for that, that's gotta come out of something. So you're getting employees.
So when they say the cost of septic systems is like 3 times of other counties, where does that money go? Does that go to?
It helps in operating costs here, because right now, like, there are some, it's called like a general fund here. And I don't know a lot about it because I'm population of nursing and not finance. But, there's a general fund that can cover like from the levy. I think we're getting an increase of like $60,000. We're not looking at like $500,000 from the taxpayers. That's it. Everything else is from like fees, from like septics or licensure. My department was doing that stuff because it's not very. I want to bring on surveys. They talk about car seats. We have a service, it's called OBB, it's Ohio Buckles. Ohio Buckeye Buckles. And we bring one grant so that we get the car seats for free. Hopefully there's enough money, there's enough money. They tell us what we have to do with it. It's either deliverable in the baby store, it's just billable, however we have to do it. To get some money to pay for that, so that we can market. You can get stuff in, but if you don't have the staff that can work it, it does nothing for the community. So those are some of the obstacles that we can face. I've been able to bring on some additional staff to be able to get out in the community, and that's what this survey is for, this community health survey, to kind of see what some of the needs are. We're hearing the same repetitive transportation for the last, like our kids, I live in Geauga County, I live in Charlotte, my child is in college, he's getting ready to graduate college, to get a start. His first job, entry-level job, he will live very good now. Right. They don't have it, it doesn't exist. So we hear a lot, like we just did this Parkinson focus group, because with these surveys, they want you to have so many focus groups. So you can go to different groups in your range, and you come out and they fill out the survey, they don't put any identifier on it. And they fill out truthfully some of the things, some of the needs or wants that they would like to see in the county, and then we see if we can work with them to see what we can do with this Parkinson's group. I have no idea. Maybe even 10% of the programs that are offered, not just here, but throughout the county. Right. So that's why I have an third educator, and they're getting out, but there's 93,000 plus people, and there's 3 of them. You will eventually run into them. The naloxone program is one that we run on, and we're going to actually to try to get it. You each talked about bringing a bunch of them, which is what we have. We do naloxone kits for free. Training, you take the kit, there's 2 kits in one bag, you take them for free. They write a script for it, it's $550. So she came to me a few months ago and said, we want to get a project done at the hospital. Why would you just go for this? We already have them, we have the kids. It can be in a controlled environment with the pharmacists, they control it. They do the training, they have them sign off on it because there's a patient. They move it, they don't need it, they move it in, and the prescription for the naloxone. Because they wanted the parents to have it in the house before they discharged patients.
Okay,
It's grants, right? So she told me, he said, send them here. The parents came here, we gave them education, both of them trained, both had kid and other services. So there's things here that you've got to have the staff to be able to do it. There's a lot of things here, that's where this community focuses. It's not Geauga.
Right.
Geauga County's, yes, we have some. We have some highly educated. Right.
One of my good friends is bringing something for grandkids.
So you think she's gonna have time to send their meals out, because the last one they just mailed out. fills out a survey and says, she gets a idea, either she's gonna sit down and fill this out, or she's gonna take feed away babies, or go to work to feed away babies. She don't have time for this. So
She's my age, she's 62 actually.
So we don't.
Raising teenagers.
It's so hard. She's like, I'm so
And I pray for her. I mean, her grandson is 15. And, you know, he's made some poor choices with friends. And so they pulled back his open funnel of doing things. And so he came over to my house and I said, Jordan, you know, the friends that you make now, as much as you don't want to do this, you'll never hear from them again. It's your life. The people you go to high school with won't matter. The people you go to college with probably won't matter more than they will. And I said, so don't put all your eggs in this basket because your life is not in it. I know it seems like it's true. You know, your grandparents have put some boundaries that you didn't have before because you broke their trust. You know, and I said, you've got to build that trust back up. And he realizes what he did, but it's because he made wrong choices of friends. And I said, you can't buy friends, you can't give them candy, you can't give them this or that, or, you know, Xbox or whatever. That's not friendship.
No, no,
So,
it's not.
you know, it's hard. Yeah, so if you have any job that could be done at home, because I take care of my parents, it would be part-time. I don't know, because I would be interested in paperwork, whatever, you know, looking at statistics and everything. I really like statistics.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's been, I know they keep saying, she's so busy, she's busy. I am busy, but I've been busy for so long, I don't know that it's not like, I want myself to not be busy. I want to. Yeah, I know, because since I've taken this job, since I took the director, because I started out here as a nurse, and when I moved into nursing supervisor, I was made director, so, you know, I'm coming from being a director. Almost 2 years here in this location. So, I was the central region supervisor for 60 school districts, and all their clinical staff.
Oh,
I did. So, and then before I became a nurse, I ran an advertising firm for years in downtown because I have a business degree. I ran a business. My mom's a retired nurse. So dinner table was interesting, right?
Right?
Okay, yeah, all right. I have this draw to it, you know, you want to be your mom when you're 18.
Exactly.
So what I do and everyone else, you know, in the 90s, go into business. Everybody was doing business. So that's what I did.
Yeah.
And then I came to circle because we had my son. And just go to school. And I did it in a process. I had got it because I have a bachelor's in business. I got accepted into Kent's accelerated program, but I missed Geauga's cutoff. And they, at the time, Geauga, the Geauga campus was only taking one nursing class per year. Starting, a lot of schools will start one in fall and then one in January.
That's how I did mine, was one per year.
Yep. So there's a lot of places. So Kent Main campus offered me the accelerated. My son was like that. And one of the semesters were 22 credit hours, one was 19. I'm like, could I do it if I didn't have him? Absolutely. But having him, I wasn't about to put him through that.
Right.
So I ended up wanting to Ashtabula Kent, got my associates, and then turned around, graduated, and started to work for the clinic. And then when I was in the clinic, got my PSM.
Right.
So that was like the stepping stone that I did. Yeah. It would have been easier to do the accelerated, but I had a child with me.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I couldn't do that to him.
But I did all my stuff before I had kids.
So I got my business degree before I got married and had that and worked in corporate, private and public, like completely. Right. Before I privately held company, we get things done right now. Working for like a public entity, there's a process. I don't know, you want to call it, some people call it red tape, I don't know what you want to call it, but there's all these, rightfully so, safeguards. It's
Right.
taxpayers' money. So there's a process that you have to go through, and it just takes.
And in church, it's like a church thing.
It just gets dragged out. Now, does it get done? Absolutely. You have great people looking at it, doing it, yes, but it's gotta go, everything has to go through its proper channels.
Right.
You know, like my husband owns a small company and it's him, you know, it comes down to him. If he says, yeah, I want that wall painted green. Okay, paint it green, because he owns it, but you know, anything that's public, it has to be approved through, even painting a wall. Maintenance has to be, it has to go through, even just to paint a wall. It's amazing. I mean, I think the taxpayer should be good because there's those, you know, safeguards in place, but it's
Well, it's
different.
just like, did I understand right, you're moving to the new building and yet they're gonna charge you rent?
We don't pay rent.
You don't pay rent. Because I watched from home.
I wouldn't know. There's three or four entities over there, commissioners, reviews, and there's us people.
That's not, but those are supposed to be paid for through taxpayer money. I'm going, here you go, phone calls. I'm gonna call the commissioners.
Because I don't want to speak out of turn, because I honestly don't know how that works.
Well, I'm just gonna ask questions.
Is it paid?
No, they're not.
There's others.
Well, you know what? Your county offices should not be paying that for that. The title bureau, it's not, that is not a county office, should be.
We are county employees, but we're not county employees. Does that make sense? We're county employees, but we're sharing the benefits and our pay schedule and legal covers us. Technically, we're not county commissioners.
That's
People think you're county employees, so
well, I have to call Mr. Jagorak anyways because I'm pissed at him. Because I called him three times. So, Carolyn, really remember, three times he didn't call me back till 5 minutes before the meeting started. And I was driving, so I didn't answer. And he voted for Carolyn, the other Carolyn Snyder. Carolyn Snyder. Honestly, 2005. Anyways, so I was like, okay, maybe he got a bunch of, he did say that he had more calls this time for this vote than any other time he's held office, which is only been 2 or 3 years. But anyways, then I saw in the paper this week, Maple Leaf, in the political section, Carolyn Snyder's husband, who's Timothy Snyder, is a lawyer. He was like, look for Mr. Jagorak, look. So he was a good old boy's buddy vote. And that makes me mad. You're supposed to vote for your constituents, not anyone, not your friends. County is a good old boy's county, and I'm sick of it.
I believe you. believe you.
I'm just, I told my husband, I said, I'm done with these people who are political for life or whatever. I'm done. I'm done. Can't handle it anymore.
I think that's why when we came to you to be the internal commissioner, we came over and, you know,
Tom, wait, quite.
I know you're social media, you're the perfect candidate. I'm like, no, and you're like, because I'm the first person who's been the last person. I'm gonna be on my 6:30, and I'm usually down by 6:30 in the morning, and I'm gonna take off home. So you're like, you're the perfect person for this.
How were you supposed to do that?
And I said, no, because I love my job. I do my team, if you're not gonna get a team, I love my job. I don't want people upset. Because you have this group that wants this and this group that wants this, and both have valid arguments. And you have to make a decision, and when you make a decision, this group, you know, when you go to this group's like, oh, and you're very prejudiced and they're against us, and vice versa, it has nothing to do with being against. You make the best decision with the information you have at that time. Down the road, you may be putting another decision made, but you do the best you can at that time. But I'm like, no, because you put me in a compromise section. I understand the right. Right. I want my job and I built this team in 12 years. But we are positioned to do some really good things.
I was gonna run for the board, and then I was like, well, first of all, I take care of my parents. It's like, oh, what?
You need to trust. That's a good thing. I think the board is probably supposed to be made up of like a whole array of people from someone that, you know,
That's why I did, one of the reasons I did run is because I was like, and healthcare people.
but it was like, what people think is like,
Right, and I was like, I would, to me, it was unbalanced. You know, and I didn't want to make it the same that it was. So when I found out that Carolyn Brady was doing it, I was like,
I think she's a good, I think she'll be good. We should meet it out, so we will, the only thing that is, you know, we don't have people that make this. I'm always looking at administrators. And I can do that because I feel that I'm blessed. You know, I can't help how I see it. Just like the board, they come and do this, they want to help. Right. People can make like $30 a meeting, and most of them don't even take it. Right. You know, it's something that. Maybe his business was, but his head, that's his sentence. Who's helping him out?
well, and I think in our county, there are people who are lost between the cracks. Because we have people who are poor, right? But middle people are struggling day to day. Who is their voice? Because those who are poor haven't have a voice through, you know, programs that are assisted. And the poor don't have to worry about anything. Who's my friend who's raising her grandchildren? See, that's who's helping them. You know?
There's nothing, that's the problem, that's why this community assessment is so important to get a true picture, because the state determines everything. A local, like a state and local levels, a county, okay, there's some really good grants out there, but that's based on that community health assessment. And it doesn't get a true picture, you know. You know, their poverty rate is, you know, only 3%. You know,
Well, I don't know if this would help you or not. Next, it's this coming Friday or Saturday. The first weekend in May, curriculum has been donated. We have a whole room in church, just filled to the brim with homeschool curriculum. So we are having an open house day for people to come take what they need for free. You know, a lot of homeschool families are not affluent. No, they're not. So I don't know if that focus group would be good for you or not. Is it something that we could even help to get the word out? Is it something that we use our platform to get information out about, you know, you mean the free curriculum? I don't know, I have to ask this different. Because I'm just one person. So, yeah, I mean, we were contacted by Geauga Tea Party. So, I mean, I don't get into it. I'm very, I'm so friendly with people because, like I said, everybody's passionate about something. Right? It's not a bad thing. And I think over a while, we've heard that there are some people, specific people, and like any group would be. So they just have to go contact all this. This, she says they like what we would do, and we're not saying, if your kids from public school or Catholic school at home school, we're not saying that at all, we're just saying, choose what's best for your family. And if what's best for your family is homeschooling, we're here to help you, guide you through that. There's all of us on the board, been homeschooling workers, so. But if you're gonna keep your kids in school, be involved. Know what's going on, don't just school, you know, there's a big decision to take into you. So that's what we're trying to get people to understand, because, you know, when all this COVID stuff is going on, people are so, I'm asking kids to school. You can't speak as a voice if you haven't been involved, right? You can't, you just show up at a board meeting and they don't know who you are, but we're connected to them. Some don't even sign in. Yeah, how good does that? Be connected, know what's going on in your kid's classroom, type thing. You know, but, anyways, the Tea Party contacted us and they wanted us to come talk to them, give them a spiel about this program they were offering, so we did that. And then they emailed us back and said, we would like to put your information in the flyers, blah, 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 blah. No, thank you. Because then that aligns us with an organization that we're not necessarily aligned with. You know what we're saying? So we just want to remain, we were the cupcakes and Chinese, so I'll talk to them about it, and if they say, yeah, we're fine with that. I mean, I shot. Because we have and they've been out in the community a lot. No, I mean, like, anything that you can read about, and I take some on Friday. Every Friday morning, I go shop there. And we have a program called Safe for Students, where so I used to do, because I'm sure, I think I tried to do about 12 kids, and I go to the people and started giving them like, so here's this program. Yeah, I put information, I just said, everyone was grabbing them all on your school, so the teacher, see which one was struggling, they give them the information to take home, and out to get registered. Excuse me.
They're not probably even halfway through, so I'm gonna, Joelle and I are gonna go. Okay.
I was gonna ask if you all had to stay until they come back and everything.
Generally, someone does.
Yeah.
So I'll be here.
Alrighty, bye.
I'll yell tomorrow morning when I walk in.
Okay. You don't scare me, it's Ken that scares me. Yeah, I jump out of my skin every day with you. Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, anyways, it was nice chatting with you. I think that you're getting home, so.
I did take advantage. If just,
Yeah, well, he's the old guy, well, comes here, he keeps saying that, he's got $50,000 tied up in something.
is that who Adam was talking about?
I don't think he's going to do this very well. Because he was like, they go to executive meeting, talk about Tom Quaid, I said, no, I don't think so. He was like, yeah, he has to be so, I'm like, okay, well, let's look it up, on the docket, right? It'd be on the docket. Looked it up, there's nothing there, I said, sir, there's nothing there, Tom does not say that. And he's like, well, I don't think it's there, I think it's private. I said, no, it has to be on this docket. He doesn't understand.
Okay, that's, people like, okay, you're all right. And just, you gotta move on, because, you know, you don't know how people want it.
And I said, what would he do it for anyways? Yes, they had a right to do what they did, right? I don't know.
I guess it depends on who you're talking to, right? Everyone has an opinion about it.
Right.
So to one have an attorney. Because I don't know what I mean.
Yeah.
Everyone,
Yeah.
I try to stay, I do my job, I bring up my staff, I help other departments when I can. Yeah, I never excuse. I said, because if I'm me, I said, I'm mixed, I'm torn, right? You know, when you're in the pandemic, yes, there's people that can't afford it. Do I make that decision and take it away from them? Do I agree with getting it? Like, as a director, I can't look at me and my wants and my views on this item. I have to look at what the taxpayers are here, what they want me to do. Do I need, do I have some kind of coffee?
Can you put it in with the childhood clinics?
Yes, no, we don't have like grown men coming to meet ladies and do it's, now we do take it, we take, always take good vaccines to, which ones? What I was it? What built it personally? One of it, I said, oh, that's it. They just don't tell the bishop how often they need to respond. Can't believe it. No. It's their personal choice.
Exactly.
It's not my place to judge. It's not my place to, what they do. Now, do most? No, probably not. No. As long as you're
It's like in our household, there's no parents who are ready. My husband and I have my son's my dad and my mom have a section of the house that everything that's their own little mini suite. We have our meals together. And everything else, if they want to go back there and they can shut the door and the hall and keep it and have their own thing. What is that? It's nice. Sounds like a trash can.
Oh, maybe it was probably the cleaning people here until like 11 maybe? It is, it's exactly that. You're spot on. That's exactly what he's doing. He's pushing a big trash can.
Like a cleaning guy. Yeah, so anyways, my dad has cancer. And he was wearing masks long before we were mandated because of his own health. And they got vaccinated and I think they should have. You know, my husband chose not to, my son has chosen not to. We all live in the same house, but we all made our own choices, right? Yeah. You know, so can't say anything about choice and I agree, it should be everyone's choice. And I think that's what people are losing sight
I'm not ready to take it all away because there are people, thousands of people in this county that cannot afford, they cannot afford to get a vaccine, right? If they want it, I think it should be the right to make that choice to have it, right? So, you know, I mean, there are people that are, you know, we have one of the ladies here, her mother-in-law was getting cancer. She didn't know she was so afraid of COVID, having the chemo and stuff, that we just heard the other day she died. But it wasn't from COVID, but, you know, she was like, I have to get the shot, I'm pregnant, and I have to get the shot, because I need to be around my mother-in-law. It was such a hard decision. I know, it is. I'm making a hard decision for my mom and dad. I'm not gonna cry. But she got the shot. Yeah, she was so sure about it. And I can't tell, but the research, I said to the nurse, I said, you need to make sure, the first time she went, she touched up her arm like that, and her arm hurt for days. And I said, we need to just come at her and make her, you know, just hang her arm down. You know, because she was just so tense about it all. I know, it's crazy. I'm sorry, it's crazy. It's, I mean, this is no reflection of you, it's probably one of your nurses from Department of Health, but she's in there talking about people have to sit in for 15 minutes, you know, be like. She's like, oh yeah, you can do this vaccine if you're gonna have your card to travel anywhere, to buy groceries, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, stop! Because my mom's like, oh, no, because that's yours, that's not, and we did have ODH nurses, there were some that came, it did not work out, and we requested did not come back. But we also, in the height of all of those really big clinics, when we rolled them out, you know, the big ones, we had a ton of RNs and paramedics that came and immunized. Now, we usually have most really good volunteers, we had them immunizing, and we would have a few that would walk through the recovery area in case someone, and it could have been someone like that, I'm sorry. It's okay. That you had to hear. No, I said, I said, please stop, because she was freaking my mom out. Yeah, that's not, that once again goes back to, we know as nurses, we have an opinion, but you don't get to give your opinion. You have to keep your opinion to yourself. We only state the facts now. We only state the facts that we were given. I'm not a scientist. I didn't make the vaccine. Nobody knew at that time. This was in March of last year. Nobody knew. We were given a little card because we got the vaccine, not because we were going to need it to travel anywhere or buy food or anything. You know, so then my mom was like, just we just stop. Because we're not going to be future. Stop. Just stop. Oh, that's too bad. She's 82 years old. She lived through the Depression. They were lucky to get an orange for Christmas. You know, and so that's in her mind. That's happening again. And hearing that kind of stuff just makes all that blow up. There was a lot of hype around it, unfortunate, a lot of negative hype around it, and there's a lot of misinformation out there. You know, what do they teach you? You know, college writing 101, what do they teach you? Consider the source, consider the source, consider the source. And I think people have lost sight of that. Even some highly educated individuals, I think, have lost sight of it. Consider the source and critically think through something. What does this person have to gain by telling me this? I went to hear a woman speak. She was a nurse. She was an RN. She had a master's. She has a wellness. She's a wellness advocate, but she's like the kind of person who take business. So I went to hear her speak. It wasn't Dr. Tim Benny. Well, I couldn't think it's her, but I'm like, no, I'm not gonna go there. Crap. I'd heard of her, but I've never. She's a little whacker. Anyways, and the only research this woman did was she quoted emails from people, quotes from articles that were not double-blind studies or peer-reviewed, and memes. What the heck? You know, they removed a lot of critical thinking from the classroom. These kids are taught to think a certain way for state testing, and although that was a great concept and It missed the
I
mark.
know, I guess we just took out critical thinking, like, we only have one child, we have a son, he's gonna be 21 too. And, we tell him, you know, there's a reaction and a consequence to everything you do. It can be a good consequence, or it can be a bad one. So you need to think about that. You need to think through, start from the beginning and go through, your friends want to go do this. Oh, that sounds like fun. Think of, well, how much fun can I have? What can I do? What could go wrong? And think about that, and then come to your conclusion as to what you're going to do. Because
That's what we do with our kids, we talk them pretty much. I mean, he goes to main campus now, he's in the architecture program, and he comes home almost every day with a story. And it's just like, it's crazy, and these kids just on the web, do this. But he's just like, it's almost like they're like little 3-year-old children. And they have absolutely no clue what they're talking about. They have no research to base anything on. He's like, they're just going with the crowd. They're going with the crowd.
They're struggling or fighting or for selfish reasons, they have their own careers, and these kids, like, my kids and his friends can come over and like, they haven't seen their parents in 4 days. I'm like, well, my mom and dad took a weekend trip, and I'm like, you're 15. Who's, my older brother, have you seen my older brother? Has he been home? No, he's been with his girlfriend, and these kids, I just feel so bad for them, they're so lost all the time. And it is really doing assessments for traffic police services for kids, and I see, I know it's my, I know it's, some of these kids are homeless, cannot even be on. I mean, I was on the PTO for Jordan all the way through Gianni as my son through 6th grade or 5th grade. I stopped after he got out of elementary school. And the stuff, I did it because I wanted to see what kids he was working out was with. And there was a little girl in one of his classes, and she just latched on me. I said, I'm always going to hear that. I'm always going to help her. I think 2nd or 3rd grade, and then we did a project, and we went in and tried to help kids. I was helping Gianni. He was doing pretty good. And she just came over and she was like hugging me, and she was really helps me. That little girl, to this day, I've been in her in Charlotte, and she recognizes me and thanks me for taking the time to spend with her. I know, I just showed her some things, shared some supplies that Gianni had, that's all I did, that's all I did.
I work with teenage high school girls on Sunday nights in our church. We do a Bible study. And I was there for them. You know, they're like, Mrs. Let's we can talk to you about anything, because I tell them from the beginning, look, what is said in here stays in here. Unless you're gonna harm yourself, you're gonna do something illegal, then I'm by law required to say something. And, they're like, Mrs. Listen, can I just come talk to you about anything, you know? And they'll talk to me about movies that they like or something. And they'll say something, well, I don't know about this, and there's no talk, you know, I'm like, oh no, you need to get away from that boy. You know, that's a red flag, you know, so we talk about red flags all the time, you know, to just, these girls are not getting it. Nobody's there for them. And there's so much here as a, we have to really work to do it. We're such a small county. I don't think we'll ever do the things that we want to do. Even for like kids like that, you don't have to be, we're public health. Public health encompasses everyone. It doesn't matter what nationality or what, you know, social index you're on. It doesn't matter. We're here for all. And I think there's a lot of things, like we started a school consortium where all of the Geauga County, all the clinical staff, we get together, we just had our first one, our restart up since COVID. The next one I have until July. We got a wellness room, we host it, we can bring in a guest speaker. This first one that we had, we were trying to get someone to kind of take the lead. We provide the venue, a lot of snacks, and we can get a guest speaker. But it's a resource for them to come together so that they can talk about commonalities
that they're seeing within their schools. And we, well, what worked? We did this worked. We did that, and that wasn't great. But, you know, and we signed that back up. We just had it, this month, beginning of the month. And they loved it because they're dealing with kids from like vulnerable kids up to kids that are very athletic and scholarship, and they deal with all of it. And regardless, the same thing that we keep hearing with all these school nurses, we're still facing the same problems regardless. You can't remove the problems from them. So I just, there's a lot of things we like to do, but we're just so limited. I think with the time we can get to that point, gathering together is just that's huge. Well, it's getting them together so that they have that support with each other. Because like as nurses do, nurses can get in a room and start talking about, you know, I've got this patient down here, you know, and I was doing this with their trach, and Carol, don't do it that way. If you did this, this works great, right? Doing it like enough for them because, you know, they're clinical staff, they're nurses, and pull that together, all that information so that we can with each other. And they loved it. They were so excited. They're so excited for the next one. They just
I have a couple friends that are school nurses.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're gonna get there. We just have, you know, one each, trying to get that all resolved has been a big undertaking, and it's going to take some time. Right now, my department is not in the limelight. Yes.
Well, I had no idea anything was going on, and how long have I been coming to these meetings?
Well, because it's COVID, there's so much more. Yes, we have COVID. Yes, there's masking issues. Yes, there's vaccine issues. Yes, people have an opinion, but we do so much more here than that. So much more. There's so much more.
And that's what people were saying. They were mad because Carol was no longer in public health.
You don't, but if you
There's
look
more.
at the parameters in the ordinance, they really prefer you not to just have a medical staff. They want different members within the community to come in and
And
represent.
that's what I said on Facebook. I said, they're looking for balance. They're not looking for all healthcare people. They're looking for balance to represent Geauga County. And Geauga County doesn't have all healthcare workers.
Yeah, no, I'm short a few.
I know, struggling, you know. Well, I would come back to nursing. I don't have my license anymore, so. I just had too many kids. These kids, it's too hard. Wow, dude. Work as a nurse.
No kidding. I feel bad for these nurses that work in the hospital. I have friends that drop them like flies. They have so much PTSD. You know, being forced to take a vaccine they don't want. And then on top of that, you can see these patients die. Regardless if you believe COVID's real or not, these patients were dying. Right? It was so hard for them because their loved ones couldn't go on. I can't even take my call. There's a gentleman right now in the hospital. And she was hospital policy. I couldn't take my girl off to hold like skin to skin. She goes, I couldn't do it.
But there are those few that, like, we all had COVID at the house, except for my 20-year-old son, he never got it. We knew if my dad got it, he would be hospitalized. We knew that. So my son was sitting with him as much as he could, but he was in finals week. So he had to go take his finals. So we called one of his friends who volunteers at the hospital, and she came and sat with my dad and my son was taking his finals. Every single, there were 3 of them. She came and sat for all the time. And my dad was kind of in and out, but remembers her, but doesn't remember her being there alive. She sat there with him and talked with him. You know, that's all that he needed. He was scared to death. He was 83. You know, and none of the rest of us could go because we were barely like walking from the couch to the bathroom.
Yeah, I do the coverage. I know, no one in my household, I'm aware of, has gotten it. And I'm amazed because mask, don't mask, and if you walk into dirty rag, I understand you have your opinion, but for me, if I'm having surgery, not an end all, it's just a barrier, but, yeah, I'm like, we did mess up all our policy, we had to, but we were like in many times, and we did it thousands and thousands of shots, and I never took it home, right? Not that I'm aware of, I could have been asymptomatic and not know, but, and I've never, even had my blood checked, I don't care, right? I don't care. I've got so many other things that need to be checked besides that.
And my son was like, well, I don't know how I didn't get it. I said, you got it. You were with 4 people in the house having, you got it. You just were asymptomatic, that's all.
Yeah, and you fared well.
Yeah, you did well. So, and I worry about him because he only has 1 kidney. He's born with 1 kidney, so you're kind of worried about things like that. That's why, to me, this is such a personal decision. It's just like if you're gonna have surgery, you're done for once, you know, to do surgery.
Good evening.
Bye. Bye. You, one down.
One down.
You're gonna research that, and you're gonna see what reactions are, and you're gonna see, like, is this guy good, is this, what's his reputation, and what should the outcome be? You're gonna look into that. That's what I expected. People coming off the street, and I know you've got some backlash, you know, we don't educate, yeah, we do. When we first rolled out, we were having all these men's clinics, they come in the room, we did it every half an hour, they came in the room. I stood up front and gave them all the information verbally that you could, majority, right? Then I would give them all the emails. It is their decision to make, to give them. Am I gonna sit and talk someone into it? No, it's not my job. No. Because you know your own health. And now if I need to, can I answer questions and clarify? Absolutely, that's my job. I'm a nurse. So, I realized there's a lot of people walking around out there that were scared. They were scared being shot, they were scared being killed. Because they knew someone may have died, or for whatever reason, underlying health issues, for whatever reason, right? I just feel like it was scaring people, pushing people. Either way. Without time, to, without time, trying to. General male speaks, I was like, shut up. Shut up. No, holy cow. Another thing, because he's lost respect here, in my opinion, because he gets up and he doesn't address the board, he addresses the audience. And when they allow, were you here when they voted on the new board member? So they allowed some of us to speak, right? Yeah, that. He didn't even speak about Carol, he spoke about the stupid COVID vaccine. Yeah, I was in the hallway with them. We don't really get involved in it. We don't, it's HVAC that doesn't, you know. Right, yeah. So I was here to support for Adam. He needed someone out here, which I was took. Needed someone in the hallway with the candidates. And I said, well, okay, I'll be in the hallway. So the door was open and I was sitting at the chair, you're gonna go lose a chair. I was sitting there and all it did was make everything. Ashley, Josie. No, coming up there, I'm gonna do my business, because as soon as I go out there and sit down, they're gonna dismiss, and I gotta go back, right? So she comes over, she comes sit with me, and I'm like, okay. So that literally came sat, he said 5 words, and I had to go back to the corner. So I didn't hear a lot of what was said. Now I did with Ashley, because, you know, a year ago when Ashley came in, I saw that whole process, but I was in the hall with the candidates and we're supposed to speak in support of whoever was the candidate who was speaking with it. And didn't even talk about her at all, which was the whole point of allowing the public to speak, right? It was a privilege that we were allowed to speak. Yeah, he spoke about the COVID vaccine. I was like, oh my gosh. Tonight, there's nobody from Tea Party that's here tonight that I know of. I don't know.
on the board, maybe, I hope some of them have peace, I really do, I hope everybody just finds a way to get along and just have some peace. Right. You know, right? We can't push our own viewpoints, we can't push our own, you know, you have someone. And some of us are just in there calling us baby killers because we give off for the vaccine. What? Maybe I'm an anti-vaxxer, you don't know that, just because I work here, and it doesn't mean you're saying, you don't know what my political view is. No. So, yeah, we were called some pretty heavy stuff, I remember faces, I don't remember the names so much because I see so many people every day. Jen had her presence. I know, yeah. You won't forget. I'm learning some of them, right?
Some of the, admin ones haven't been coming. And I don't know why. I think they just wanted Tom Quaid out. And I think that was the point. And since that happened, they just took back off. I don't know. I don't know if that's it or not. But yeah, I mean, I know that John wanted us all on the board and they were just like, you lost yourself. You can't. I told him that. I don't know who else told me that, but I was like, you come up here and don't even address the board. The point is to address the board, not the people in the audience. So this isn't your platform to get your beliefs across to the public. This is a board meeting. He's passionate. He's very passionate. Yeah. But it's totally inappropriate. And I'm talking about you've lost respect. So if you're on the board, they're going to listen to you at all. So he withdrew his name. So it doesn't always agree with there's some, there's times I don't agree, and it's just not as public. Oh, I've been to enough meetings that I can subtly figure it out. Pick up on who's doing what, and, right. You know, it is, I think a lot of people don't think they're so incredibly unified. They were unified and trying to do what was best for the residents. Right. You know what I mean? I think they all have big hearts, and they all doing something unique. Right. But it wasn't like, you know, there were people who felt comfortable voicing their opinion. You know, and a lot of people came into the police here. That started towards the end of being here. So I had come all of them, and there was like hardly no one ever here for the board meetings until that all kind of hyped up and like, you know, it is what it is. So, all right, well, I need to head home. Yeah, I'm gonna see, I think, is the other guy physically here? No, he was on phone or something. Yeah, so. All right, thanks for chatting with me. Yeah, anytime, and I'll be here every month. I don't know if I'll be here next month. I have a conference I have to go to. It's technically 3 days, but I'm only going 1 day. Because I have to come back, Summit County is having a large epidemiologist, like summit. And I have to go to that, and that's the day of our board meeting, so I told Adam, I have to fly, I think it goes till 4:30, so I would literally have to fly from Akron to get back, so, right, I don't know if I'll be here at the next meeting. Yeah. My goal obviously is to be, because it's me that, you know what I mean? I don't really have anyone that can come, because my nursing supervisor can come fill in. Right. Yeah, we get everything ready before that. Yeah, we do. I keep a running, like, notes open. I have an actual file that I keep running notes open. There's something like, we had a state board of pharmacy came in and audited us. Came in and audited us. We had some flying colors. And auditors are like, man, you guys are like that poster child vaccine organization. This is amazing. I'm like, really? He is like, yeah, this is real good. Compared to what we just came from, this is amazing, right? So, you know, we have stuff like that all the time that pops up. And my nursing supervisor can help me with that. So, good. So, but I typed it out on my little running note, and then I looked at the notes and I'm like, can you help me to choose these things
thank you.
All right, hey, take your cupcake.
No, I can't do that.
No.
But I will take one of these.
I'm excited about that.
All right.
Okay,
I'll talk to you soon.
please take care, okay, and thanks for
All right.
coming.
You're welcome.
Do you have your mic on also?
Yeah, it's you'd have to be yelling for it to put it.
Great, you just recorded our whole conversation.
Yeah.
This is expensive longer than
I was anticipating.
Here you go, coffee.
Poor Carol.
No, I'm wait.
She didn't have
I don't know, but I would be.
I know, I'm running on fluorescent lighting right now. All right. So, let's see. Doing with these auditor sheets. I'm still like very disturbed by this stuff.
You know, we've never had to do this before. It's like an Aaron Brockovich type situation.
You eat cupcakes or drinking?
You know, Anna, we've never done this before.
Correct. So you are supposed to do these, we have to do them late. They just pushed them out to all of you guys. I do have to report anything you guys do private sector wise on the audits. So when we do audits, I have to tell them everything you guys have private sector. This is the first time the county's asked for this for mine
I was gonna
too.
say, I don't remember filling one of those
Yeah.
out.
All the staff got one, including myself and Mr. Lark.
Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
reconvene.
So, do we have a motion to come out of executive session at, what is it, 8:58 PM?
So moved.
Do we, have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, Mrs. Brackey,
Here.
Dr. Jones,
Here, yes.
Mrs. Roman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moreno. Yes, okay, we're out of executive session. So we are going, do we have a motion? Mrs. Brackey, do you want to make a motion, resolution, or? yeah,
And do you want,
Do
are
we
we
do
supposed to
these
read
first?
these?
Do we do these first?
We'll do the, yeah,
No, we're
do
gonna do the one.
the, okay. It's up to you guys. You can do the ones that are on there first, or you can do this other one first.
Just tell me when I need to read
So what do you want to do?
Why don't I handle this first, so we.
Yes.
Yes, all right. The board received a memo from the administrator tonight. The memo proposed to abolish the O&M manager position. The reason for abolishing the position included the following reasons. One, efficiency, and two, economy. So I want to make a motion to abolish the O&M manager position.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. So Mrs. Brackey,
Yes.
Dr. Jones,
Abstaining?
Yes.
Mrs. Roman,
Yes.
You have to have one more vote either. You can't do it.
so Mr. Moreno, yes. So that motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so let's get to David Franklin, or should we go through that?
I mean, we don't have to read it if you don't want. What I did is I did a resolution appreciation for Mr. Gregg, and I also got him a small keepsake award. He was unable to come tonight, but I thought with 10 years of service in the Board of Health, that's quite the accomplishment, honestly. So just the passing that resolution, Mr. Moreno and I did sign it, and we'll give it to Mr. Gregg, just in essence saying thank you for 10 years of service in the Board of Health.
Very
So
good.
I can pass it down so you guys can see it, we don't have to read it down. So, okay, what about old business, you wanna talk about HDAC meeting or not? Budget commission meeting?
Budget commission, that was in my notes. The budget commission, we got commended a couple times for the budgeting that the health district has done, the changes we've made. Mr. Perino, was there as well. Mr. Flays, Mr. Hitchcock, the treasurer, Flays is the prosecutor, Mr. Hitchcock's the treasurer, Mr. Walter is the auditor, all gave us quite a bit of praise and said we've done a pretty good job. So I take that as a a good thing from all the staff in general, as well as yourself, the board members. And they did approve our 2023 budget, as it was submitted.
Okay, any questions?
No.
All right, next one, I don't know who's up next, is resolution 2022-4, then and now. Who wants to read it?
I'll read it.
Go ahead.
Just reading the bold, right? All right, I'd like to move to approve resolution 2022-4, payment of a then and now purchase order to the Ohio Division of Real Estate and Professional Licensing not to exceed $27.50. And this is a roll call vote.
So do we, so we have a resolution, we have a second motion?
Second.
Okay, Mrs. Brackey,
Yes.
Dr. Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Roman,
Yes.
and Mr. Morano, yes, so that one passes down. Signature, how about the next resolution, 2022-5?
All right, this is resolution 2022-5 for repurposing or creating a new fund. I move to approve resolution 2022-5 to repurpose and rename Fund 6030-Environmental Health Workshops to Emergency Response or create a new fund for the purpose of emergency response, and this is also a roll call vote.
So, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mrs. Brackey,
Yes.
Dr. Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Roman,
Yes.
and Mr. Morano, yes. Okay, that one passes. How about the next resolution, 2022-6?
All right. I move to approve resolution 2022-6, payment of a then now purchase order to the Geauga County Clerk of Courts not to exceed the amount of $222.00.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Question, what is this for?
This is,
Good.
no, I was just gonna say the then and now or
Yeah, then now, I'd have to ask, also, was actually the one that talk about was these, most of them are just ones that we used all the money from the prior year. And so because the PO wasn't open at the right time, we have to do that now instead of
Okay.
the PO.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have a second?
Yes, I second.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, Mrs. Brackey,
Yes.
Mrs. Jones,
yes.
Mrs. Roman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moreno, yes. Okay, that one passes. Okay,
All right, and then we are on supplemental appropriations. All right. Heard this one? Okay.
Yeah.
I move to approve the supplemental appropriations in Fund 6002-Board of Health and 6023-Sewage as presented.
so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, Mrs. Brackey,
Yes.
Mrs. Jones,
Yes.
and Mrs. Roman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moreno, yes.
And real quick, since we're bringing the end here, likely
Sorry.
next board meeting or the one after that, we'll have request to approve some additional funds, like actual funds. And that is because I'm going to try to start setting money aside for like reserve accounts, so emergencies that come up, car purchases in the future, 27th pay that happens with, you pay every 2 weeks, you have 27th pay. Just reserve accounts that would allow us to have money set aside in case something unexpected occurs. But the reason that we put those aside is because it isolates them a little more for other things. That way someone just can't go and spend it and be like, oh, I know we spent that extra, whatever. So that'll likely be next board meeting though, by the time we set them up, ask the county what fund number they would give it and stuff like that.
Okay.
And what about this last?
That one specifically is so that we can have the contract in place for Mr. Lark, is to buy the cars that we talked about earlier. And then I think there was another line.
Contracted services,
Yeah, Mr. Lark.
and then increase the salaries, is that? the
With
discussion?
with the new staff that are coming in that we're gonna hopefully have, the sanitarians, that would have to be an increase on there.
Do we need to, is that the supplemental?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
that
was
was
a supplemental
Okay,
appropriation.
sorry.
That's okay.
Didn't say that at the top.
I should make sure we get them all back, was also have my head. Sherry sent me a text, don't let them take them.
we sign a supplemental?
Actually, we did.
Or it was just that last one?
Oh, all right.
Yeah, actually, I missed it too, right here.
It's this very last.
Well, yeah, I just didn't know if we signed.
Right here, it
One
says
of us signed,
supplemental.
if we signed that.
And we did.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Well,
Okay. So, okay, so the next regularly scheduled meeting, I guess, is going to be at 5 o'clock, May 25th, right here at this building. And just, I guess if we need to have a special meeting, we will follow up with that later, right?
Yes, if we need a special meeting with FSOP, I will let everybody know. Again, just keeping timelines in place. I mean, it's probably gonna take 2 weeks to realistically get a plan for how to handle FSOP and move forward with it, with Mr. Lark. I would guess. And then I have, Doug, I need yours, Ashley's, Lynn's. Carolyn, do you have yours, everyone?
I didn't get one, I don't think.
It should have been in your stack of papers in your
No,
desk.
there wasn't one for me.
I don't,
No?
I got handed one, I don't know that she did.
All right, so we're
I didn't
changing
have one.
yours. If I need yours, Carolyn, I'll get Alta to send you one.
Yeah, there wasn't one in my papers, I didn't know if that was new or.
Okay, it might be. These are new for the Board of Health, to fill out my understanding. It's just outside employment, if any. And then anything your family has that would impact Geauga. And what time did we come out of executive?
We read 8:58.
8:58, okay.
When you started it.
Thank you. I did have this phone going, so.
Okay, anybody else have anything?
Sir.
Let's spend some more time together tonight?
Yeah,
Sir.
really. Well, thanks a lot, guys.
That's our last person here.
I know.
I'm so excited.
He is, isn't he? So do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a first meeting, Carolyn.
Yeah.
What a first
Wow,
meeting.
hey, marathon.
Well, you're definitely up to speed, so.
I always had endurance in bed.
Well, that was definitely this. That was definitely this. All right, thank you.
Great.